Hello, everyone. Dear esteemed guests, speakers, colleagues, and attendees from all around the world. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th International IHUD Conference, the Integral World, the Bridge to Global Sustainability and Harmony. My name is Christian Dawson. I hold a higher national diploma in journalism from the London College of Print, and I also have a BA Honours in acting from the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in London. I've had the privilege of working across both fields in journalism and acting, and I'm truly honoured to be here with you for the first session of today's conference. As we open the doors to this conference, we are not simply beginning a programme, but rather we are entering a shared space of reflection, dialogue, and exploration. Because what brings us together today is more than just a series of presentations. It is a common question. How do we understand the world we are living in? And how can we shape it in a more conscious, sustainable, and harmonious way? At IHUD, we approach science, education, and human development not as separate domains, but as deeply interconnected dimensions of one living system, humanity itself. And today, throughout this conference, we invite you not only to listen, but to reflect, to connect, and to engage in meaningful discussions on the role of science and education in shaping an integrative worldview in our rapidly evolving world. We encourage everyone to participate in a spirit of mutual respect, intellectual curiosity, and openness to diverse perspectives. Before we begin, just a few practical notes. Firstly, this conference is available in English, Turkish, and Russian. Now, to select your language, please click on the icon on the bottom of the Zoom screen which says More, and that will lead you to the appropriate translation. We are also going to have questions and answers after each presentation, and we will also have question and answer sessions all throughout the conference. If you'd like to ask a question, you can do two things. First of all, raise your virtual hand and turn on your camera to ask directly, or type your question on the chat either on Zoom or YouTube for those of us watching the broadcast live. We are also going to have a coffee break. That's going to be scheduled for just 10 minutes, and that will be between 4:30 to 4:40, and that's European Central Time. And the conference will conclude at 8:20 Central Eastern European Time. If you'd like to see the full program, the link is now being shared in the chat as well. So now that I've got the difficult bit over with, it is now my great pleasure to hand you over to our director. This is Professor Elialov, who will deliver the opening speech for the conference. Now, Professor Elialov is a CAMIA researcher, a professor specializing in atomic physics and relativistic quantum chemistry at Tel Aviv University. His research focuses on precision calculations of heavy atomic molecular systems, which are critical for both fundamental physics theories and applied research. His remarkable achievements speak for themselves. He has been the recipient of over 25 international grants and prizes, a testament to the profound impact of his research. He has served as a visiting professor at 15 leading universities across the United States, Canada, Europe, Japan, and China, sharing his expertise with students and scholars worldwide. He has been an invited speaker at more than 50 international conferences and seminars where his insights have deepened our collective knowledge of the physical world. And his intellectual legacy is cemented in over 140 scientific publications, each a contribution to the advancement of modern science. Professor Elialov's pioneering work continues to drive forward the fields of quantum chemistry and atomic physics, pushing the frontiers of discovery and innovation on a global scale. Yet what makes his work especially meaningful in the context of this conference is not only the depth of his scientific achievements, but the breadth of his vision. Because beyond the exploration of matter and the laws of nature, Professor Elialov's path has been guided by a deeper question. How can knowledge serve the development of humanity as a whole? As the director of the Institute for Humanities Unified Development, he brings together science, education, and human inquiry in a shared effort to better understand the interconnected nature of our world and the role each of us plays within it. His perspective reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is not only about understanding the world, but about learning how to live within it, more consciously, more responsibly, and more in connection with one another. Today, we have the privilege not only to hear from a scientist, but from a visionary and a mentor whose work invites us to look beyond fragmentation and toward a more unified and meaningful vision of human development. It is therefore with great appreciation that I invite him to open this conference and share his reflections with us.
Thank you very much, dear Chris, for so kind presentation. Let me share my very brief presentation on your screen. Okay, so can you see it? Hopefully, yes. So, hello, friends. Nice to see all of you. Tonight, we are opening the 7th International IHUD conference. And I have to say, looking at this Zoom room, that I feel a bit like a chemist who just been handled the most beautiful periodic table of human beings. About 25 of you, which are presenters from 14 different countries. The countries which unfortunately is really very difficult to sit down in our crazy time just on one table and make some kind of constructive conversation. So we now have really very broad geography from Almaty to Apex, North Carolina, from Bangkok to Bures-sur-Yvette. Educators, doctors, scientists, artists, accountants, therapists, just people with a good will. Here for 2 days, voluntary on a Saturday and a Sunday, that alone says something about our world. Our theme this year is the integral world, the bridge to global sustainability and harmony. And I want to be honest with you about what and about why we precisely choose the bridge. So why we have chosen the bridge as our image? Because the world being interconnected, and it is not a debate anymore. The climate, the wars, the pandemic, the markets, the AIs, they have all settled it. The real question is, whatever we can grow in time, the inner and collective capacities to actually live as if it is. That's the bridge. And tonight we step on it. Our IHUD, which could be translated like Institute of Humanity Unified Development, paradigm is, in the plain words, that our reality is in one woven fabric. Life, consciousness, society, civilization, they are not really separate. They only look separate from inside fragmented perceptions. So we work on 3 planks. First, an integral picture of reality, a science of interconnection. Second, a collective level of consciousness. Harmony isn't downstream of a better policy. It's downstream of how we perceive each other. Third, integrative education and management. Practice that actually grow unity, mutual responsibility, and cooperation in real classrooms, real workplaces, and real families. So 3 planks, 1 bridge. Look at our 2 days. Tonight, we open in the inner world, neuropedagogic, the family as a hologram, then couples and the psyche. Then we move outwards, integrative sociology, collective consciousness, world history, then outward again to the cosmos itself with our solar system talk and to art as a universal language. Tomorrow we put on the work of on, we put on our work clothes again, and then we will talk about sustainable medicine, mutual responsibility for peace, the psychology of unity, employee engagement built on connection, a true story from Block 66, and a closing roundtable on a dramatic descriptor for deep interdisciplinary. Yes, and that the title alone is a hook. Different fields, different languages, different lives, one tapestry. One quick announcement before we go on. During both coffee breaks, today's and tomorrow, we'll be running a short live preview of something we are genuinely excited about, the IHUD Smart Book and the Integropedia educational platform that grows on top of it. The idea is simple but ambitious. Take our integral science and integral education over of a decade to work and present them in a way that it is actually clear, actually friendly, actually usable. Not dense academic prose, not yet another textbook, a living AI supported guide that meets each learner whatever they are, become a true lovely friend and a wisdom teacher. And in time, the system will unite the most prominent and practical integral knowledge and skills and adapt to each user's age, learning level, psychology, even emotional state, using the most advanced AI and teaching technology we have available. That is the direction we are building towards, and it is in many ways the integral paradigm finally taking the form of a tool. So you'll find at it ihud.world smartbook. Don't miss the demo in the breaks and please bring your question to it. So 3 small requests for these 2 days. Engage, question, connect. Use the chat, stay through the breaks, write to speaker afterwards. The conversations between sessions are not just margins of the conference. They are its living tissue. Huge thanks before we begin to Justin Flum, the president of our IHUD Swiss branch, to Professor Mariam Abgassehed, our co-chairs, to all our moderators, to our scientific committee, to our translators handling English, Russian, and Turkish in real time, and to our great broadcasting and technical team working quietly behind every screen. Welcome really warmly to our 7th International IHUD Conference. And now I'd like to hand the floor to our great moderator, Chris, again, who will introduce our first speaker. Please.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed for that wonderful introduction, Professor Ephraim. Wonderful stuff. Okay, so we are now ready to begin our first presentation. So just a quick recap. For those of us who have joined, I would just like to remind you of the simultaneous translation that is available via Zoom's interpretation. platform. That's on the icon which says more. So that's at the bottom of your screens for anyone who's struggling to find it. Please post your questions in the Zoom or the YouTube chat, or raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question directly after the presentation. So we're going to move on to our first speaker, which is Miss Natalia Ushakova, sorry. My apologies for the mispronunciation. Miss Natalia Ushakova, who joins us today from St. Petersburg, is an accredited pediatrician, an allergist, immunologist, and neuropsychologist, neurodiagnostics, and neuroconnection in childhood. She has a deep commitment to holistic care. She integrates innovative approaches like neuro-linguistic programming, LLP, and profiling into her practice. Her career spans pioneering work in pediatric medicine, neuropsychology, and supplementary education. She focuses on the comprehensive well-being of children. We begin our conference with a topic that touches one of the most sensitive and formative stages of human development, adolescence, a period of profound transformation that shapes both the individual and the society of tomorrow. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce Ms. Natalia Ushakova and her presentation, which is titled Neuropedagogy in Adolescent Development and Education.
Hello, dear participants and guests of today's conference. Thank you for your interest in today's topics. And I would like to express my huge gratitude to all participants of this conference, to organizers of this conference. And I will now bring up the presentation. So the topic of today's presentation is adolescence. This is a critical age, a critical period, which shows how the person will spend its full life. And it's our responsibility how the teenagers will spend their life. And today I'm going to talk about the difficulties of this critical age. And first of all, I would like to emphasize new discoveries by scientists from the University of Cambridge. And this research, this information is unique because it changed our perception of growing up. And what do they propose? The neurobiologists, scientists of Cambridge University. They created a table of how the brain develops, divided the development on 5 stages. The first stage, childhood, from 0 to 9 years. During this period, the active formation of neural connection takes place. The second period, adolescence, from 9 to 32 years, when white matter grows new neurals, connections are strengthened. The third period, from 32 years to 66 years, stabilization of neural connections, which work effectively all the way into old age. And old age begins at 66, and gradual changes in brain structure occur. But the gradual talking about the maturity of brain getting old. It's related to the insufficient amount of like food which it consumes. So basically, our brain has no limits, and it's limited only by insufficient amount of foods. So getting old is very much related to our health in general, and what's even more important, on our social health. And today we will pay attention in this presentation on age from 9 to 17. Why? Because next period till 30 years is just a replication of patterns which were developed during the period from 9 to 17 years. Many psychologists know about this, that there are critical periods in life, and today we will talk which transformations, which critical periods happen in this time frame, and why are they important. This transformation always it's unexpected. Why? Because during this time, very contrast process in person brains is happening. I will mention the example from my work. Once couple took young adult, young teenager. He was very small, very weak, and they said, "We're afraid he has a tumor, brain tumor." But I said that it's normal, because it can be unexpected. He can get old unexpectedly, and if now he looks weak, it doesn't mean it's something wrong with him. What is happening in brain during this period? Now I want to highlight metamorphosis in the brain of teenager.
С учетом развития эволюции, эволюционирование нашего мозга состоит из древних отделов. Ну вот буквально, как появлялась жизнь на Земле, там рептильный мозг, мозг млекопитающий, и самый поздний эволюционный – это человеческий. Человеческий мозг – это префронтальная область, вот буквально вот эта часть. И, соответственно, она развивается постепенно.
The brain develops gradually, and the brain, emotions, and the prefrontal cortex are constantly throwing the child in one direction and then another, constantly regulating this. And we look at these fleeting desires of the child. Well, they say seriously, yes, I want to, I'm going to be a great guitarist, especially if they have seen this ideal. Genetics plays a role, but the environment plays a bigger role. And what we teach our children is what they will become. During this period, from 9 to 17, child develops a new level of their self. At 3 years old, the self is defined by external features. Now they evaluate themselves. The self is not only by external features, even though the external future is very important for teenagers, but the internal also becomes important. Who am I? They begin to research themselves and also to research those around them, specifically the inner state of those around them.
Итак, дальше. Что происходит в этот период? Очень интересный момент, который довольно-таки редко учитывается у родителей, у педагогов в качестве планирования профессии ребенка. Планирование и создание так называемой временной перспективы.
What else? About the fact that they overestimate their knowledge, and as I already said, are immersed in music. For example, music for teenagers is their second self, and it is literally in the process of forming and completing its formation. Sometimes this flanging irritates us. These wild dances like primitive people, noise. What could anyone possibly like about this? I want to say that, dear parents, please calm down. What is happening to the child? The teenager is catching up on something. Their brain is catching up. The brain demands this, and it isn't some bad inclination of theirs. The brain demands this music. Why? Because when they were little, they were not rocked enough. Their mother sang them too few lullabies and nursery rhymes. There weren't enough games with musical instruments with melodies of different rhythms. And what are these melodies and everything else, this rocking for? For establishing the correct rhythm of the brain. Alpha, delta, theta rhymes. And this is what they didn't get enough of. They are catching up through this music. It isn't a spoiled child, it's the brain that demands it for systematization, for the normal rhythmic functioning and control over the activity of the entire organism. A person's intention combines with thinking just as imagination does. Post-voluntary attention appears. Voluntary attention is directly in action, in purposeful action. And post-voluntary attention is when I'm doing something according to a given scheme, and suddenly I pay attention to something that has caught my interest. This is selective interest. You can track what exactly is embedded in the child, because right here is where a gene might fire.
обращаю внимание, древний мозг тут ему сигналит, древний мозг, не префронтальная
And
зона. Есть такие, которые свой-чужой.
you need to
Обращаем на это внимание. Экология
observe
пробуждается.
and
вот
direct the
этот
child
уровень
into
развития,
the
идеал, это
appropriate
более сложная
environment.
работа социума.
Memory develops very
Еще
quickly.
какое?
Emotional memory, musical memory, memory for
В связи с
abstract
тем, что
thinking, for abstract
префронтальная зона
objects,
еще
for
не
abstract
замотана,
perceptions.
но тем не менее
And precisely
появляется
abstract
задача
materials are
изучения нового
memorized,
материала, его
things that earlier it was
насыщения новых
simply
знаний. А вот
impossible
система еще
to
не
even
сформирована.
understand and
Система
accept.
восприятия и компонации всех этих знаний.
And
Ситуация в
imagination,
этот период у детей
these
интеллектуальный
fantasies,
дилетантизм. То есть абсолютно.
teenagers sometimes
Кстати,
live
еще
through
одна
such
тенденция
vivid
в связи с
fantasies.
большим доступом к
They
информации.
literally live
К
inside
сожалению,
them.
тоже
And
страдают
we will
таким состоянием.
talk about these
Да,
states a
выхватываем
little
кучу новых
later.
знаний, понятий, а вот систему выстроить не можем. Но начинается все с подросткового возраста. И что происходит?
And
Подросток
here
начинает
we
спорить с учителями,
approach that
разумными, с
starting point,
учеными, даже
the
самыми
positive,
великими,
negative
и с
realization
родителями,
of the
демонстрирует эту
adolescent
свою интеллектуальность.
period
Это
that I have
объект
called
самоутверждения.
the war
Вообще
of two
это
words.
хорошо. Почему? Не
It
надо смеяться
happens, you could name
над
it
этим
differently,
периодом у детей.
but I
Почему?
name it
Наша
this way
человеческая часть начинает
allegorically.
говорить
It happens
«иди».
throughout a
Это мои
person's
знания.
entire
Хорошо.
life.
Пока еще не
What is
управляет этим.
this
А
war?
еще происходит
The war of
развитие
the
внимания, память,
neocortex,
воображение.
the
Да.
human part which
В
appeared
этот период подросток
evolutionarily
очень
later in the
пробужден. Вот мы
biological
говорили о том,
body
что
and the
творчество,
ancient and
творческая
middle
способность
ancient brain,
начинает развиваться
which
активно,
can be called
эмергентно,
the
незаметно.
reptilian
И
brain, the
ребенок в это время, в период вхождения
mammal
подросткового
brain, but
возраста,
this is the
сильно
emotional brain.
чувствителен.
You can
Очень
say
чувствителен,
that they are literally
эмоционален.
such animals,
И
but
если вы
here
скажете,
there
что
are
ваш сын
emotions.
или дочь в своей
Emotions,
комнате слышит
an
сплошную какофонию,
emotion must be under
прыгает
the
как
control of the
перформативный
prefrontal zone.
человек, отнеситесь к этому спокойно. Эта какофония ему нужна. Почему?
During this period, you
Сильнее,
can do
навязчивее,
a lot of stupid things.
беспорядочнее. Это музыка, которая
We
вас
will
раздражает.
talk about
Она
this
чем полезнее для
now.
данного периода именно этому конкретному
Mm,
ребенку, подростку.
Neocortex
Почему?
uh,
Потому что
like equals
когда-то, когда он
must,
еще был совсем
control,
маленький,
judge,
его не
programming,
докачали, его не
evaluation,
допели правдивые
self-evaluation,
мысли,
social
которые
intelligence.
в тот период
And
закладывают
what
правильный
is
ритм
I
мозга,
want to
пойду да
drink, eat,
та-та-та. А
sex,
сейчас
and
в
just
таком возрасте он это
impulsive
догоняет.
behavior
Все это
in
уже
general.
мудрено, там все
Here is
устаканится,
what I
давайте
want
будем
right now.
упрощать.
Right here,
Внимание.
I urgently
Внимание
want
становится
to
более
go
целенаправленным.
do this
Развивается
thing,
так называемое
whether the time is right or
послепроизвольное. А что
not,
такое
whether I
послепроизвольное
have
становится?
the
То есть
resources or not.
подросток уже
No, that's
осваивает
it.
внимательно
The
получаемый
limbic
какой-то
system
материал, и в
has
том числе
spoken,
он может
bank
сконцентрировать
its
свое внимание на особо
fists
интересных в данный момент
on the
для него
table.
фактах.
I
На это
want
обращаю
it,
внимание,
and
потому что это важные сигналы,
that's
что
it.
это направленность его мышления, может быть, элементы раскрытия его
I
каких-то
am
талантов,
mm,
воображения, способности, вот
mm,
самое такое вот
I
важное
also
в
want
этот
to
период,
add
что
that
внимание и память,
for us
воображение, они в это
during
время
this adolescent period,
связаны,
it's very
связываются
important to observe
красиво с
how
префронтальной
this
областью. Это все идет оттуда,
emotionality
с
manifests
лимбической
in
системы.
children.
Вот эта связь
Adult
спиритическая
supervision is always
гармонизация.
needed,
И особенно
but
важно
it's
не
important
прерывать,
also to
не
be
критиковать
careful,
воображение своих детей в этот период.
not
Почему? Потому что
not
они
act
как будто
this way,
освобождаются
so the
от
children
прежних
will start
установок, от
hiding from
прежнего
us.
стереотипа.
No.
Это некое очищение
The thing
их
is that during
эмоций,
this
памяти,
period,
внутренне
emotionally
наработанных человеческим
significant
каких-то
situation for the
стереотипов. И
child,
они
say friends are calling them somewhere. Everyone went there, and I want to go too. Where did they go? Into the night, at midnight, cold frost. No, they ran off there, and they ran off there by their desires. Why does this happen? Because this is very emotionally significant situation for them. How and why it's emotionally significant, we will find out a bit later. And here, in this situation like this, neocortex says, don't, you can't, it's dangerous there. And they told, no, I'm going. Why they are going? Because everyone is going there. Who is everyone? For example, my classmates of the same age or close to that age. This is just the period when children develop conforming behavior. What does this mean? They develop conformism, that is the striving to join some group. We will also talk about this now. And also, why does the neocortex suddenly start giving ground, sort of losing in this war of emotions, of the animal part of the human, roughly speaking? That's not quite right, of course. This is allegorical, because the period of death of a number of neurons of the brain and synaptic connection is taking place. Why this? This is called dreaming. The sensory connections are literally cut off. The synapses, and that's it. They close like a kind of little box is being shut, and a neuron that has no connection doesn't work. And what is this? It's basically death occurs. It is believed that this death is for the good, so that, as they say, the idlers aren't needed. We need to clear the space of idlers and get to work. Roughly like that. The brain acts very pragmatically. These neurons are unnecessary. They are idlers. We remove them. What does the idling depend on? On the child's environment. Either it's very narrow, one-directional. We don't show the child the whole world, or we devalue the child and interfere with the proper development of the prefrontal region. And how do we devalue the child? This happens even unconsciously. We unconsciously devalue this prefrontal zone in them. How? I have heard this repeatedly and used to do it myself before I understood everything. So the example of devaluing is when we are telling the child, you're my little bunny, bunny rabbit, you need to do it like this, not like this. You my little fluffy. So all these sweet talks. And when we're using the names of animals, when we um, call our children. So we humanize the animal and we devalue the human. And child fixates on this. And for us it seems, well, because I called them a little kitten, while they're not a little kitten, and
Причем эмоциональная память в первую очередь здесь срабатывает, а не префронтальная область, которая бы критически сбрасывала.
It carries some psychological, I would say, damage unconsciously to the children. The brain and the connection of the prefrontal human and limbic system with everything else. Control, how can control be exercised here? If mom kiss children, calls them a kitten in a tender voice, control is already reduced. We pay attention to this. What else do we need to pay attention to? The age peaks of growth of various sections of the gray matter, the white matter. Why it's very important for us? For example, the peak development of the gray matter of the frontal lobe begins at age 11 in girls, in boys at 12, 13 or 14. These are very important sections. They are all elements of the social brain, and particularly important here is the prefrontal zone. Why it's important? This is all the prefrontal cortex, the human level. It's a component part of precisely the social brain, one of the important ones. This is intention, this is the capacity for empathy, this forecasting, control, combine the skill to combine imagination with thinking, the ability to perceive a person as a whole, the ability to form spiritual ideas rather than material ones, and control over impulsive behavior that's of the old limbic system. Orangutan, for example, said, "I want," and this is controls, and this right here controls it, and it begins to develop very slowly from birth, little by little, step by step, carefully. It finishes, but not completely. There's such data. It finishes by 32 years. Maximal growth from 15. From 15, it starts growing maximally up to 20 years and finishes by 32 years. Right here is where this kind of overlap happens. On the one hand, darling. On the other hand, there's a orangutan is beating its chest and wants to comment everything. And then their friends calling and anything else you can think of. And the imagination is so powerful that I can imagine that I don't know who, a superhero, I can defeat anyone, and death doesn't exist at all. And then tunnel thinking also starts developing. This is something that happens as an internal imitation of the brain due to the partial death, the pressure of the limbic system, even schizoid behavior appears. But this is not a mental illness. We draw attention to an important point. Mood swings. One moment I'm happy, then I'm sad, then I've shut myself off from anyone, from everyone. Mm, I I hate everyone, including myself. What happens very often, and what do we adults do during this period? We punish, scold, and even in some cases give antidepressants. What do antidepressants do at this moment? They just suppress the normal interaction of the prefrontal and limbic systems. And what is the treatment? What is the right remedy in this situation? The right and good environment. Precisely, right now, at this time, why is this important? Because during this period, as I said earlier, for the child, the teenager, conformity is vividly expressed in them. Conformist, that is, belonging to some group. Teenagers at this time kind of get intoxicated by one another because the smell of their own hormones and the hormones of those around them and their serotonin is off the charts, and there's adrenaline and cortisol aggression depending on what ideals we are now beginning to transmit. Eyes on them. So we can take care of the children, of the teenagers in this special period only by helping to form, to be in normal, good environment. During this period, scientists prove that teenagers influence one another in such a way that it is that it's as if they're drunk or on drugs. And why not extend this state of intoxication even further? And right here is where that line begins, that line that may later turn out to be irreversible. And of course, during this period, the great danger is that the child may commit irreversible actions. They pay a great deal of attention to their appearances and how to dress. For the first time, they seriously absorb male or female behavior more closely. Not the way it was in childhood when you could dress them as a boy, as a girl, however you like, and they didn't care. And right here is precisely where this behavior and how we dress, we transmit who we are. We want to show, children want to show that they are already adults.
Professor Natalia. Thank you very much for such a wonderful talk.
And
does anyone have any questions? We have a short window.
I would like to finish my presentation because I'm already out of time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think for question, it would need to go for the next time. And if you have questions, please post them in the chat and we will make sure to send them over to Natalia Ushakova, because now we are running out of time and unfortunately we can't take any questions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much indeed once again, Professor Natalia, for that talk. Okay, so we are going to move on, and we have our second presentation coming up. This is with Professor Vida. Now, please forgive me if I get this name wrong. Professor Skaite, is that correct? I hope that's the correct pronunciation, but we're going to move on to the talk now. Professor Skako Skaite is a lecturer at Silay University and a former political leader with extensive experience in public administration. She has served as the deputy mayor and member of the Lithuanian Parliament, as well as holding key leadership roles in regional development and governance. She has over 15 years of experience in active politics. Her current work focuses on integrative approaches to governance and the development of sustainable societies, exploring how human perception and systemic thinking can shape public systems. Today, she will present Integrative Sociology from Egoistic Confrontation to Conscious Unity, a new model for crisis management and societal development. In this presentation, she offers a new perspective on the global crisis, examining it through the lens of integrative sociology and the transformation of human relations. Over to you, Professor Vida.
Добрый день, коллеги. Спасибо, Наташа, она подготовила общество. Я буду продолжать, как этому обществу совместно развиваться и найти новые пути выхода из кризисных ситуаций, конфликтных ситуаций к общему решению и развитию.
Can you hear me? English?
Мир ищет новых моделей и решений.
Our world is looking for the new models
Как управлять обществом,
to understand how to develop the society. We need to understand how the society is created. The main problem of the crisis of the egoism is to understand the human being natural stage of evolution, in which uncontrolled, taking only their own self-egoism has reacted to a limit of distinctiveness.
во всех
Limitation.
сферах, экономическом, экологическом,
In all the different kind of stages, spheres,
закономерный этап
implementation is the states and the institution manage spheres and isolation without considering the interconnection of the system as a whole.
Планирование всех
the planning of
путей
the
развития в
all
обществе
different of the
основывается
different
на
ways
сколько мы получим, на денежном
depends on
расчете.
how much we may
То
get
есть на
based on
действиях,
the
которые мы видим,
money
мы
issue.
можем их определить, можем
The integral sociology offer a broader analytical perspective.
можем их
The approach is grounded in the premises of society of integral system in which the behavior and motives of each individual exert an influence of entire social structure.
планировать. И вот это
So we can plan.
мне очень трудно на русском говорить, потому
It's
что
quite
не на
hard for me to
русском
speak
основном.
Russian, to be
И
honest.
вот этот
It's not my
слой
native language.
развития желаний, который мы видим только,
So
и который нам как бы ясен,
the level of the development of the
ими оперируют
egoism.
все
This is the main base of all the current crises of the society and countries. And decision depends on how much the country can invest into development of the society.
управлять сферами
The
изолированно
fragmentation
не учитывает одного очень
is
важного
very important.
элемента в
But we're
развитии
not
социума. То есть
understanding the main one thing,
намерение отдачи, намерение для других.
the
Как мы говорим,
implementation.
что это для народа, для других, но в
We are
результате
talking, this is for somebody
что
else, for the population, but it's
эгоизм, вот
all
это природное
different.
стремление
The natural
получить
desire to gain
что-то
benefits, pleasure,
для
or
удовольствия или
superiority.
превосходства
Historically, it has
двигает
been
все
given technological
технологии, все
progress.
процессы, и на этом основывается
And
вся организация
currently,
управления в
from the
странах
basic
и
physiological needs,
а общество со своими намерениями как бы
creating an integral environment
различается
transformation is possible only through a conscious change
и
of the surrounding
многие
environment,
полезности,
one that
конечно, не
encourages
удовлетворяются.
unity, cooperation,
И
and
взаимодействие
altruism.
вот этих двух сил
Synergetic goal, the goal
могли
of
бы
world politics and
образовать
society
гибридную такую
should
систему,
not be to
идеальную
maximize
систему.
individual benefits,
Сначала ее
but to
надо
create
познать,
an
чтобы
unfilled,
вот этот дисбаланс,
harmonious
который
social superorganism.
перевесил все действия в управлении
Satisfaction arising
государством
from
только на
integration with the whole.
видимое и
In
то, что
summary, from the
покрыто
perspective of
деньгами, и
theory
не
of
обращать
integral society,
внимания на
today's
намерение,
socio-political
из-за чего мы
situation
создаем,
represents the final
создает
painful
системные кризисы.
expression of egoism. So,
Мы как бы видим только зеркало наших
from
внутренних
our basic
состояний,
physiological needs to
наших
social
намерений.
needs, wealth,
И вот этот
power,
принцип зеркала,
cognitive needs,
отражение,
finally,
он
the search
планируется
for the
в
meaning and
развитии на
unity.
будущее, а по-настоящему развивает общество внутренняя часть индивидуумов,
The
а
internal
внешние вот эти
part of development
отношения.
of
Внешняя
individual
часть есть
is very important. It's
определяющая систем
main
взаимодействий,
role, the
систем
role of
управлений.
intention.
И мы должны
This is not only action but
перейти на более
matters,
глубокое
but
понимание
also
эволюции
that matters,
желаний
but
и
also the inner
намерений,
motive
как
and
они
intention for
действуют,
one's
куда
own sake
направляются и
leads to the
как
complex.
ими
An
не
intention for the
просто
common good
управлять,
creates the
но
foundation for trust,
сдвинуть в нужное русло.
the mere
И тут приходит
principle.
одни
Society
говорят
reflects the inner state
конституция
of individuals
управления,
and external relationship and their system of
другие
interaction.
говорят, чтобы надо более
Other people say
экологическое
you
развитие
have to
приоритет
develop the
ставить.
ecological
А по сути,
system.
системный подход,
There should be a
он
system
дал бы нам такую социальную
solution.
справедливость, если
It
мы
may
бы
give us
знали,
the social
какой
equal
внутренний мир человека
balance,
развился
but we need to
сегодня,
understand
как он
what is
развивался
the
раньше
human being
и
developed
куда он
and
движется.
which way we are going.
этот вот сетевой внутренняя характеристика мира,
This is
она
very
дает
important,
нам
the characteristic of
познание
our
ее,
world.
планировать
It
более
makes us to
устойчивое
make the model
управление.
of
Сегодня
the
немножко
better
уже
crisis management.
некоторые политические группы создают такую,
We have some political groups
пробуждает
which can
такое
create kind of
программное развитие,
program
оно
development,
направлено больше на развитие
which is
приобретения
focused
денег
for
и
development
богатства.
and getting
А
more
другое делит
prosperity.
общество
But
как
another
бы
part of the
на от
society
быстрого
is
развития
separated
одной части общества, то
to
есть
make
раздел
one
между очень богатыми
more
и
pure,
бедными
like
большой.
every obvious
Если мы
separation
бы
between very rich and very
развивали
pure
и
people, poor
занимались
people.
индивидуумом как
If we take care
разветвленностью
about the
чувства, то,
individual,
как он
like
видит,
developing the
слышит,
feelings,
привлекает импульсивные желания, тогда мы
how
могли
we
бы
feel
программировать их
our
в
desire,
следующее русло,
the stimulation, the
которое
development of the desire.
поставлено гармонично с продвижением
They
и
would be the
развитием
very
природы.
harmonic
Тогда общество
development
будет
together with the nature.
развиваться
If
более
we think about the
гармонично.
nature and
И это
more
мы
natural way of
проделываем еще
development,
через
that makes
медиа,
the
рекламу,
society
социальные
develop
стандарты,
better and
внедрять
more
туда
harmonious
программы развития
way.
человека
And we can
более
implement the
ответственного
programs
за
of the
будущее,
development of the
более
humanity and
ответственного
society
за
to make the
окружение, в котором
human
живет.
being
И тогда
responsible for
вот
the
это
surrounding and sphere
такое
around
развитие
yourself.
Становится коллективным стремлением к развитию
So
человечества,
we have the like
политическим,
briefly
объединяющим
stimulus, desire,
образом,
selection,
и мышление
values,
уже не строится на войнах, на
individual,
приобретениях и у других, и жизнь за счет других.
and we
Это
stop
создает
living based
только
on somebody else. We
конфликтные
will
ситуации. Сейчас
thinking about yourself,
я, к
selfish
примеру,
way
литванка,
of
потому что
life is
интересуюсь,
the
что
dead end.
происходит конкретно.
The
Вижу,
way
что
that
вот
we
эти
see is more altruistic
организаторы,
way,
которые
would be
организуют
more
общество
harmonious.
через вот такой принцип, через внутренние чувства, они
So
направлены все-таки на получение
the
влияния
focus on the
извне,
internal
на
feelings has
миролюбие и
more
развитие
effective
общества в
way of the
будущем.
development of the
Тут нам
society,
не хватает, не
but we
хватает
have not enough
организации, объединения,
organization and
пояснения и
unity
обсуждения, как
and
активно
discussion and
развивать вот эту
development,
внутреннюю часть
how to
человека.
develop the internal part of
Это
the human.
и в школах, и в
In the
просвещении.
schools,
Это как
it's
бы вторичное
study,
и неважное.
education.
И в
It's
этом
very
этапе
important
происходит
things.
фильтр ценностей.
Then
Какие
we can have a
ценности
filter of what
ложатся
is
на
really important
основе, которая будет создавать
based
будущее.
on
Это
the
очень важно,
more
хотя мы
altruistic
иногда
way of life.
смотрим, ну, разовьются эти ценности как
Then we will see what is
труба.
really valuable in our life
По
this moment.
сути, нам надо развивать
Actually, we need to
желания,
develop
которые
our desire,
соответствуют
which are
потребностям
matching
внутренним
to the requirement of
человеческого
inside the
человека.
human being, inside, like what the
Это
soul is telling you,
идеология, а
the
превращение в
ideology,
умение действовать
and to
ради
turn their
других. И
intention
тогда мы
to
получим
the
изменение,
society, not to
изменяться
yourself.
система
And then the value system
культура
will change.
будет
The
меняться,
art,
какие желания
culture will
становятся
change,
с
and the
намерением
desire will
ради
change
других, ради
with the
изменения.
intention for somebody else, not for loving yourself.
Фокусировка направления, она
So we
дает
have to
направление
focus
развития всего
on the
общества.
direction for the whole society.
Сосредотачивает внимание
We have
на
to focus
окружение,
on the
на качество,
surrounding.
как она живет,
how the surrounding is, where is the sources and energy moving on.
На управление всем миром, всем, что происходит в мире, тогда и энергия, и ресурсы текут
The
туда,
energy and the sources would be distributed in a proper way if we think not about making myself happy. And then we can do
такие жесткие
more
примеры,
integral
механизмы
way.
управления, и война становится
And
формой
then
бизнеса.
the war, even war, is turns to be a
Есть
business model.
действия, которые как зеркало
So actions are the reflection
в нашем обществе.
which
Это
we see in our
внутреннее
society.
зеркалье,
It's
внутренняя
like an
часть.
internal
Мы должны
reflection, the reflection of your internal condition,
внимание
which is
сосредоточить
distributing
и
outside. So how do we
сосредоточиться на
focus
намерении,
in
чего
our
ожидает
intention
общество. И
and
само общество должно
intention, what is
включиться
the
в этот
society is
процесс.
expecting,
Свои
and then involve the
намерения они
society.
должны тоже проговаривать, и
So the society
чтобы они
have to
становились действиями.
emphasize and
И тут
pronounce what exactly they would like
уже
to have.
приходит новая
The goal is not to
концепция
destroy
участия
selfishness, but to
индивида и
transform it into the
участия
gaining
всего
for the
общества,
benefit of the
перестроить
society.
свои нейронные сети
So we
и
can change
формировать
our the
новые нормы и ценности.
neural net,
И таким
and
результатом, таким
the result will
алгоритмом вот
be
этого
our
гибридного развития человечества, то
the
гибридного — это
development of the
когда
society.
внутренняя часть
It would be
ощущений
like
и
following the
инженерия чувств
simple algorithm,
соединяется
which is
с
a
действиями,
stimulus,
желаний, и
uh,
комбинации этих
which is
желаний и
valuable, and
намерений
then
мы
intention is
можем
will, action is
начать
energy,
создавать
then it
новую
would return
реальность.
to the new
То
reality,
есть от
which is the
желания, от
core idea
ценностей,
is
от
by the
отбора
changing
намерений,
the value system,
воли,
we change the filter
тогда
through
мы
which
притягиваем
desire
энергетику,
are
энергию,
transformed into the
которая создает
actions.
новую реальность.
And the
То есть вот
application is the
хочется
algorithm is
очень
suitable for both changing
создать
personal
в
habits and
будущем
transforming
такую
social
модель
interest,
организации
which make
социальной
us the
интегральной социологии,
proper integral
чтобы
social
вот
model.
показать, как это действует
So we can
в
demonstrate how
реальности
it would
и
affect and
применить в
reflect to the
реальности,
reality, how it would change the
как оно
reality,
меняет систему ценностей,
how it would change
способ,
the value
через
system.
который мы как бы поворачиваем общество
So, and we
на
would turn
развитие
the society,
желаний в другое русло, в русло
develop all the
гармонии,
desire to another way,
созидания
which
и
is for the
понимания друг друга. То есть
creation, for the prosperity of the
трансформация
society,
общественных
transformation, the
процессов
thoughts and
к
actions
общим,
to the
не
nature,
только
and
управляющим.
not only
И
management, but also
путь
the
решения,
harmonious development of the
путь
society
решения —
and nature.
это
The
формирование
path
понимания
of the
своей
solution is
зависимости и ответственности как
upbringing and
целое,
environment integral education,
работать с средой, работать
fostering as an
открыто.
understanding of
Эгоизм не
interdependence and
растворяется, а вот
responsibility of the
трансформироваться в новые
whole.
формы
The
получения
role of the
этого общества,
environment
новые
is
технологии,
a
новые
person cannot change
приоритеты
their
и
nature, but they can change the environment to
благоустройство
one
всего
that
общества.
encourages
То
unity
есть
and
интегральная
altruism.
социология может
Our
преподнести
goal is not to destroy
инструмент
selfishness, but to
перехода от
transform into the
деструктивной
gaining for the
конкуренции
benefit of the
в желаниях
society.
к
That
творчеству,
would make
инженерности.
us feeling real
Мы
happiness,
как бы
which is
расширяем
would be integral
возможность
to the
человека
whole.
мыслить и
The
становиться
integral sociology
свободным.
offers the
И когда человек,
transformation from
мы
destructive
от
concurrence
нападения
and
от внутреннего
destroying society
ощущения
and destroying
счастья
desire
он или
to
нет,
the
такое
creature,
сознательное
creative
общество.
thoughts,
Я вижу
in
единственный выход
engineering feelings.
из
And
глобальных
we have
кризисов.
the unity, which is make us have a stable,
Thank you
harmonious
very much
life in
indeed,
our world.
Professor Vida, for that wonderful talk. Thank you. So we'll throw it out to the floor once again. Does anyone have any questions that they'd like to ask? Okay, no problem. Well, we'll obviously keep the questions going. So if anyone does have any questions later on, then please don't hesitate to ask. Okay, so we are going to now go on to our next speaker, and it is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Chaim Valevi. Dr. Valevi holds a PhD in Peace Studies and serves as the head of the Peace Department at IHUD, Switzerland. His work explores the relationship between individual awareness and collective societal transformation. Today, he invites us to reflect on this essential connection through his presentation, Collective Consciousness as a Bridge to Global Harmony. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chaim Valevi. Dr. Chaim, over to you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin with a simple question. Why, in the world that is more connected than ever, do we feel more divided than ever? We live in the age of extraordinary interdependence. Our economies are linked, our information systems are linked, our environmental future is linked, and even our anxiety are linked. A crisis is one region can be felt across the planet within hours. And yet, while the outer world has become deeply interconnected, the inner world of human perception has not evolved at the same speed. That gap, I believe, is one of the central challenges of our time. In this presentation, I want to explore the idea that many of the crises we usually treat separately, polarization, loneliness, extremism, social distrust, and even violent conflict may actually be symptoms of one deeper problem, a fragmented form of human consciousness trying to operate inside an interconnected world. My agreement is simple. Global harmony is not only a political or technological problem, it is also a related and perceptual problem. And if that is true, when peace and sustainability depend not only on better systems, but on a deeper transformation in the way we see ourselves, each other, and our place in the whole. The crisis is systemic, not isolated. When we look at today's world, we often separate problems into categories. Mental health belong over here, political polarization belong over there, violent conflict is somewhere else, radicalization is treated as security issue. Loneliness becomes a social or psychological issue. But what if there are not separate problems at all? What if they are all expression of the same underlying structural mismatch? On one side, we have a world of intense interconnection. Information travels instantly, supply chains cross continents, climate change ignores borders, migration, pandemics, financial shocks, and war ripple through a shared global system. On other side, human consciousness often remains fragmented, divided by tribal ideology, identity, fear, and suspicion. We are still using all mental software in a new planetary reality. And when that happens, the results are visible everywhere. Loneliness grows because people lose meaningful bonds. Polarization grows because people no longer share a common reality. Radicalization grows because isolated individuals seek belonging and significance in hardened hardened identities, and violence conflict becomes the large-scale political expression of those fractures. So, the point here is not that the problems are unrelated. The point is the opposite. They are deeply connected. And if the roots are connected, then the solution must also be systemic. The law of collective consciousness. At the heart of this presentation is one central principle. The stability of the whole depends on the quality of relationship inside it. That may sound philosophical, but it's also deeply practical. Think of society as a network. Each person is node, but no node exists in isolation. What matters is not only the individual, but the pattern of connection between individuals. Social outcomes emerge from relationships, from trust or distrust, empathy or hostility, reciprocity or exclusion. When those ties are fragmented, the entire system becomes brittle. Fear spreads faster, cooperation declines, narratives harden, institutions lose legitimacy. A small disruption can trigger large instability. But when those ties are cooperate, when relationships are shaped by listening, mutual responsibility, and shared purpose, something very different becomes possible. The system becomes more adaptive, more resilient, more capable of absorbing conflict without collapsing into violence. One analogy I use in the presentation is biological. A society, while hostile internal relationships begins to resemble an organism attacks itself. It still has all its parts, but the parts are no longer working for the whole. So, collective consciousness is not some abstract mystical idea here. It means the shared field of perception and relationship that determines whether a society fragments or coheres. Why the old mental models breaks? The old mental model assumed that people, communities, and even nations could act as if they were largely separate. But that model no longer matches reality. Today, the outer world is dense with interdependence. Economies are entangled. Climate systems are entangled. Public health is entangled. Digital information is entangled. Security is entangled. What happens in one part of the network affects the rest. And yet, inwardly, many people still think in categories shaped by separation. My group versus your group, my nation versus your nation, my interest versus yours. These patterns may once have helped human groups survive in a simpler environment, but in tightly coupled world, they become dangerous because now zero-sum thinking inside an interdependent system produces cascading damage. One side's victory becomes everyone's instability. One group's exclusion becomes future unrest. One society's denial becomes another society crisis. This is why sustainability is not only a matter of engineering, policy, or economics. Those matter enormously, but underneath them is deeper question of perception. Can human beings learn to think and feel in ways that match the interconnected reality we have already created? If the answer is no, then our tools will continue to outrun our wisdom. But if the answer is yes, a new civilization model becomes possible. 5 disciplines points to the same conclusion. One reason I take this idea seriously is that is not supported by one of the field. In fact, very different disciplines are pointing toward a similar insight. The integrity of connections determines the behavior of the whole. Systems theory shows that complex systems fail not only because of broken parts, but because of fragile relationships between parts. In 2008, financial crisis is a good example. What looked like isolated risk became a cascade through the interconnected network. Neuroscience tells us that consciousness itself is not produced by one isolated neuron. It emerges through synchronized connectivity across networks. And when integration breaks down, functions break down. Social psychology shows that when people build trust, shared goals, and meaningful contact across differences, conflict decreases. The perception of the other changes, and with it, behavior changes. Network science show how polarization in interfaces when groups become isolated into clusters with few moderating ties. In other words, the structure of connection shapes the quality of thought. And peace and conflict studies remind us that violence does not escalate only through weapons or resources. It escalates when identities harden, narratives close, and dialogue collapses. So, across all of these disciplines, the pattern is similar. The health of the whole depends on the health of the relationships within it. Technology alone cannot deliver harmony. We often place enormous hope in technology. And to be clear, technology matters. We needed renewable energy, digital innovation, better infrastructure, better medical system, better platforms for communication. But technology alone cannot create harmony. Why? Because technology amplifies the consciousness that use it. Take renewable energy. It is essential for the future, but if the transition is driven by the same extractive logic, competition without responsibility, growth without justice, then new energy system can still produce exploitation, instability, and conflict. Take digital connectivity. It promised openness, participation, and democratization of knowledge. But in many cases, it has also amplified outrage, tribal signaling, and algorithmic extremism. The tool expanded, but the underlying human patterns remain the same. Or take sustainability infrastructure, recycling systems, electric vehicles, smart systems, all of them help, but they underperform when public trust is low, institutions are break, and behavior doesn't shift. So this is the core equation. Unchanged consciousness plus advanced technology can amplify crisis, but expanded consciousness plus advanced technology can enable real transformation. The deeper question is not only what we build, it is who we become while we build it. How change actually happens? If collective transformation is possible, how does it happen? Not magically, not instantly, and not only from the top down. Change moves through a cascade. It begins with consciousness, the way people perceive themselves, others, and the nature of interdependence. That shift influences relationship, how we listen, how we trust, how we cooperate, how we respond to difference. Over time, repeated relation patterns shape institutions, schools, workplaces, communities, and governments begin to reflect the qualities people normalize in daily life. And those institutions then shape collective outcomes, resilience, peace, sustainability, legitimacy, even public health. So the path is not abstract. It is very concrete. Perception shape relationship, relationships shape institution, institution shapes society. If we skip the inner and relational layer, institutional reform often remains superficial. But when perception genuinely shifts, new institution possibilities become imaginable and durable. We have seen this in the reconciliation processes. Political settlements become more stable when they are supported by deeper shifts in how former opponents perceive one another. Without that, peace remains procedural. With it, peace can become lived. Practice level Practice level 1, dialogue circles. So, what does this looks like in practice? One powerful level is the dialogue circle. This may seem small compared with global crises, but small structures often generate large effects when they change the quality of human interaction. A dialogue circle creates a protected space where people listen rather than react, inquire rather than defend, and proceed different cooperatively rather than competitively. Equal turn-taking matters, reflections matters, the suspicion of our automatic judgment matters. Why is this important? Because many social systems train people to debate, perform or dominate. Dialogue circle trains something else, the capacity of remain human in the presence of difference. And that has measurable consequences. When dialogue-based practices are sustained, aggression can decrease, trust can increase, and cognitive flexibility can improve. But beyond the measurable outcomes, there is a deeper shift. The person who enters the room as an isolated I begins little by little to experience a large we, not a loss of individuality, but an expansion of identity. And that may be one of the most important capacities of the future, the ability to encounter difference without turning it into threat. Practice level 2, integral education. If dialogue circles help adults and communities, the education becomes the long-term infrastructure of transformation. Because if we want a more peaceful and sustainable society, we cannot wait until adulthood to teach people how to think systemically and relate constructively. Integral education means designing learning not only around information, but around relationship. It includes systems thinking, so learners can see feedback loops and interdependence. It includes emotional and social learning, so they can regulate emotion, build empathy, and cooperate. It includes common good reasoning, so ethics becomes something lived, not merely discussed. And perhaps most importantly, it shifts education away from the model based entirely on ranking and competition toward one that also cultivates collaboration, mutual responsibility, and shared problem solving. This doesn't weaken excellence, it depends it, because the future will not be shaped only by the smartest isolated individuals. It will be shaped by the groups, institutions, and societies that can think together. So education is not just about preparing students for the labor market. It is about preparing human beings for the inside and interconnected civilization. Local coherence can scale to whole societies. A common objection of all of this sounds meaningful, but can small groups really matter at the societal scale? I would argue yes, because systems change through diffusion. A small group is never only a small group when it exists inside a network. New norms can spread, new practices can travel, new expectations can become institutionalized. It often begins at the micro level, a classroom, a team, a community cycle, a professional culture. Then it spreads into meso networks, schools, neighborhoods, organization, local leadership ecosystems. Then institutions absorb and formalize these new rules. And over time, what began as local practice can help reshape broader social patterns. History gives us many examples where networked small groups catalyze large transformation. The point is not romanticism. The point is the coherence is contiguous too. We often assume fragmentation spreads faster than trust. Sometimes it does, but under the right conditions, disciplines, cooperation, shared meanings, and moral courage can also move through networks. So we should not underestimate local relation network. In a connected world, local coherence can become global influence. The required shift from individualism to interdependence. At the deepest level, the transition we need is not only institutional, it is civilizational. For a long time, the dominant model of success has been built around separation. Individual gain, competitive advantage, protections of one's own, fear of loss, and the assumption that my flourishing may require your diminishment. That model generated innovation and energy in many contexts. But in an interdependent world, it is reaching its limits. What is emerging instead is different logic. Cooperation over domination, compatibility over isolation, mutual success alongside personal success, willingness to share rather than fear-driven hoarding, and harmony instead of fragmentation. This is not native idealism, it is adaptive realism, because in the systems of deep interdependence, the capacity to cooperate is not a moral luxury, it is a survival skill. And the benefits are not only ethical. More trust means more resilience. More cooperation means better problem solving. Lower conflict means healthier societies. Stronger relationships mean faster recovery during crisis. So the move from individualism to interdependence is not about erasing the self. It is about placing the self in the larger, wiser frame. Strategic agenda, where to intervene. If this diagnosis is right, then where should we intervene? We intervene wherever relationships are shaped. In education, that means embedding dialogue, system thinking, and social emotional learning into the heart of pedagogy. Not a optional add-ons, but a foundation capacities. In organization, it means creating reflective spaces, measuring trust, rewarding collaboration across silos, and aligning incentives were shared outcomes rather than narrow competition. For governments and peace builders, it means investing not only in crisis response, but in prevention, bridge building, reconciliation, civic belonging, and share public narrative strong enough to resist fragmentation. And for digital platform, it means redesigning environment that currently reward outrage and division. The architecture of attention is also the architecture of collective consciousness. So, perhaps the most important design question for institution is this: does this structure deepen fragmentation or deepen reciprocity? Because if the relationship is the true unit of change, then every institution either weakens the social fabric or helps repair it. And in the end, collective consciousness is survival infrastructure. So let me close with 3 simple takeaways. First, many of the crises we experience are separate. Many of the crises we experience as separate are increasingly part of connected system. Second, the decisive variable inside that system is the quality of relationships, how we perceive, trust, include, and respond to one another. And third, a new civilization will not begin only with new tools or new laws or new institutions. It begins with change of consciousness and then scales outward through small groups, culture, and structure. That is why I believe collective consciousness is not a vague ideal. It is survival infrastructure. Because when consciousness changes, relationships transform. When relationships transform, institutions adapt. And when institutions adapt, societies evolve. So the real question is not whether humanity is connected. We already are. The real question is whether we can become conscious enough to live that connection wisely. Thank you.
Dr. Valevi, thank you very much for that wonderful talk. I'm sure everybody appreciated it. Now, Dr. Valevi, we do have one question that's come through from the chat from Mariam, and she's asked this: how can collective consciousness be measured in practical terms?
So the practical indications might include trust between people and groups, willingness to cooperate across differences, strength of community bonds, reduction of hostility and isolation, ability to respond to crises together, and quality of public dialogue. Collective consciousness is measured not by asking what people believe in theory, but by observing how they relate to one another in practice.
Thank you. We also have a question, I believe, from Andre. Andre, would you like to ask? Andre, you've raised your hand. Do you want to ask a question? Andre?
Да, добрый день, Хай. Слушай, вот ты упомянул фрагментацию связи. Как в твоем понимании фрагментация связи связаны с реализацией желаний или влечений, на которой базируется вообще вся конструкция человека? Спасибо.
You are muted.
Sorry. So we need to bring people into the structured environment where they can encounter each other not as enemies, not with the stereotypes or political symbols, but as human beings with their fears, losses, needs, and hopes. We need more trust to each other.
One final question, Dr. Valevi. You may have already answered this, but I'll just ask it again. Oh, we've actually got another question. We'll go first of all, Grigory. Grigory, пожалуйста.
Да, спасибо. Ну, во-первых, я хочу поблагодарить за доклад, очень важный, полезный. Много таких деталей, которые я узнал впервые. У меня такой вопрос. Сейчас бурно развивается искусственный интеллект, приносит много пользы, в общем-то, людям. А с другой стороны, огромная угроза для человечества, чтобы у нас не повторился терминатор Шварценеггера, как говорится. Поможет ли, возможно ли, что коллективное сознание может справиться с этой угрозой? Она в самом деле очень велика, если развьется так
Will the
называемая
collective conscience be able to cope with the crisis and with the danger
повторит ли она
of
человечество?
this,
Можем ли мы с этим справиться? Спасибо.
what is bringing the artificial intelligence?
Nislicha.
I don't think it is a problem. AI helps us, and we need to change our inner perception. This is what is the problem, because our perceptions influence our relationships and our institution. I don't think AI compare with it, with this stage, with this culture. We need to change collective consciousness, because it's not an idealistic dream, but practical infrastructure is practical infrastructure for peace, for resilience, for global harmony. Thanks.
And one final question, Dr. Valevi. So this is from Kos. So you stated in your talk that the first step is dialogue. How do we come to this first step? Dialogue with leading world leaders to have a peace and harmony and sustainability. Не слышно.
Also, in polarized societies, also in damaging, we need to increase resistance. The first realistic step is to create safe spaces where people can listen without immediately defending themselves. Dialogue circles is the first step. Yes, we need to speak without interruption. We need to try understand each other. We need to build trust to each other. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Valevi. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the answers to the questions. Okay, so we are now going to move on to our next speaker, and the next speaker is Professor Valeria Khachaturian. Professor Khachaturian is a historian and scholar of world history. His work focuses on integrative approaches to the study of civilizations and their development. Over the course of her academic career, she has explored the interconnected nature of historical processes, seeking to identify the deeper structures and recurring patterns that shape the evolution of human societies. Her approach moves beyond fragmented or purely descriptive accounts of history, offering instead a more systemic perspective, one that considers cultural, social, and civilizational transformations as part of a unified and evolving whole. Through her work, she contributes to a broader understanding of history as a dynamic and interconnected process, reflecting the development of humanity across time and context. Today, she invites us to explore integral approach to world history. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Valeria Khachaturian.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to see you guys. I would like to say thank you and express my gratitude to the organization committee, to my colleagues, and special thank you to Grigory Utkin, who helped me to prepare the presentation, which I'm going to share with you. Now I'll start. All the work about the world history, integral approach to the world history. The world history represents the highest level of generalization of the all knowledge about the past. Task to encompass the history of humanity is an unfilled role to identify the patterns of the historical process, bring together the histories of the different people who developed anonymously with their own unique characteristics. And later, we will see the whole integral picture of the whole history of development of our society. The desire is the giving force of the history. A new integral approach defines desires, egoistic and altruistic, as the main force of the global evolution, including the social evolution. The world history is a progressive process of the succession of dominant desire. Each of them at a certain stage becomes the leading force, raising humanity to a new level of the development and fulfilling evolutionary significant tasks. Each epoch is not an accident but a natural stage prepared by the presenting one. The features an integral approach. The proposed conception of the world history is built of the three concepts that are foundational to the integral paradigm: desires, egoism, and altruism. Desires are understood as basic universal information structure, building blocks of the universe that seeks fulfillment. They are present in the various forms of the level of the universe, beginning with the quantum level. An integral paradigm for the first time desires, egoistic and altruistic, are regarded as the main driving force of the global evolution, which is understood as the purposeful, inherently predetermined process. So, and we have a few level of the desires. All the concepts and desires are divided into egoism and altruism. Classification of desires and basic desires are divided into natural, physiological, the needs for food, shelter, protection. And then the desires could be according to the Maslow pyramid of needs. As everybody know, are the basic from the pyramid of the desires, which gives us a picture of the step-by-step ascent from the most basic physiological needs to altruistic desire. The dominant desires, each of the listed desires in one epoch or another is the dominant one. Peripheral desires, and additional to the dominant desires, at each stage of history, all the remaining desires are also presented in the social life, in
более и
human
более сложному,
consciousness,
от эгоистических желаний к альтруистическому,
from
от
egoistic desires to
самореализации
altruistic
и
desires.
отработки и в сознании человека, и в социальной жизни.
So, in the
Каждая
understanding
из
of the human being
творческих
and the
форм в
social
данную
life.
эпоху является доминирующим. То есть оно
So,
оказывает наиболее сильное воздействие на
depending
большие
on
массы
the
людей
epoch,
и
it
на
could be
все
different.
сферы социокультурной
The needs of
жизни
epoch,
и
food,
выполняют
shelter, shelter,
определенные
protection,
социально
fundamental
ответственные,
survival instincts.
значимые
The epoch of natural
обязательства.
desires, the
Когда
primitive
желание
era,
доминанта
has the
полностью
epoch
демонстрируется,
dominated by the
полностью
most
себя
basic
реализовав,
physiological desire.
создав максимум социокультурных
The
благ,
epoch, too, the desire
этот
for the
момент
wealth, is the
политические и
millennium.
социальные институты,
From the
действенные
first
партии,
millennium.
идеи,
The
религиозные
struggle of
системы,
survival desire
после
gives
того, как оно
the struggle
полностью
for survival
самореализовало,
gives
оно
way to
вытесняет
the
новое желание
aspiration
доминанта.
to accumulate material
Смена доминант– это
resources.
процесс длительный, сложный,
The
он
epoch of
сопровождается
desire for the
кардинальными
wealth,
изменениями
this
в человеке,
transition to the dominant
формах
desire
видения
was
мира, системах
marked by
ценностей, жизненном
emergence of the
строении.
first
А также
civilization.
кардинальные изменения происходят и в обществе. И вот благодаря этому, благодаря этой смене доминант,
So,
происходит переход
depends on
на
the changing
следующий
of the
этап
dominant,
развития.
we have the
Смены
development
желаний доминант на
of the
каждом этапе
society.
истории и в
Each
социальной
stage
жизни, и
of
в
the
сознании
history will
человека
see the
присутствуют и
changing
все остальные
of
жизни.
the
Их можно назвать
the
периферийными,
development of the
поскольку
society.
в отличие от
Former
доминант,
dominants which do
они
not
не
disappear
играют такого
entirely and
значительного
even
роли на
continue
данном
to
отрезке
exert
времени.
influence to the person and society,
Периферийные
but are
желания
not
могут
longer
продолжать
capable for
действовать.
creating anything
Первое–
new.
это
And then
старые
future
доминанты,
dominants, which may
которые уже себя
remain to the
реализовали
periphery for
и
the main
вытеснены,
millennia,
но
gradually
это не
developing
означает,
and
что
growing
они
stronger.
исчезли.
The
Они
impact of the
продолжают
society
существовать,
increasing all through their
продолжают оказывать
emergences into the
влияние
stage of the history
замечательно и
usually
научно.
appears unexpected.
Однако эти
The
доминанты
diversity
уже
of desire
оказаны, они уже не в
with
состоянии
interact
создать ничего
with
нового.
one another provides an additional powerful
Второй
impact
тип
through the social
периферийных
evolution
желаний– это
and
будущее.
the development of the
Им еще
egoism.
предстоит раскрыться. И вот такие будущие
So
доминанты могут
the
находиться в
future
периферии
would
многие
grow
тысячелетия.
up and
И
blossom
с
and have
течением
an
времени они,
effect,
конечно,
but
постепенно развиваются,
within
становятся
a time
сильнее,
it would be
возрастает их
stronger
влияние
from the
на
small
общество. Но их
idea
выход на
to the
авансцену
effect to the
истории
society.
обычно все-таки выглядит неожиданным.
So, but
Ну
some
а
of them
теперь я
may
дам
be
краткую
unexpected.
характеристику основных этапов истории
So now
и
we
расскажу,
add
какие
the
задачи
main epoch
выполняют те или иные
of
желания
the
доминанта.
desires and dominance of the
Uh,
desire.
Slide number 3, please. Thank you.
So we're
Значит,
turning
первая
back to
эпоха–
the
это эпоха
basic
природных желаний, это
natural
первобытность.
desires, the epoch.
Это эпоха доминирования наиболее простых,
The
базовых
needs of this
биологических
epoch is the
желаний.
simple,
Это
fundamental,
удовлетворение,
animal
обеспечение
kind of
безопасности,
desires.
выживания и
Food,
роста численности
shelter,
человечества в очень
safety,
трудных, в очень сложных
protection, very
природных условиях.
fundamental survival instincts.
Вот этой важнейшей
Evolutionary
структурной
outcome, the
задачей
possibility of
научные все
survival and
организации
population growth of the
имеют
humanity was secured. This is the
первобытные
first social
стратегии
structure that had been
адаптации
formed.
к природной среде, как и у
The
животных,
epoch of
кстати,
natural desires, the
присваивающих
primitive
хозяйству охоту и
era,
собирательство. Это
was the
первый
epoch
момент.
dominated by the
Благодаря
most basic
выживанию
physiological desires, the satisfaction
животные
of
могут
which
охотиться и охотиться.
ensured
То есть, короче
the
говоря,
possibility of
ресурс
survival,
изымается у
reproduction, and
природы, он
population
не
growth
создается.
under the harsh natural
Установка,
conditions.
соответственно, на
The
ограниченный
entire
ресурс,
organization of primitive
принципы
society
коллективизма,
was
общения
subordinated to this most
и так
important
далее.
task. The strategy of adapting to the
Далее,
natural
вторая эпоха–
environment, the
эпоха
broad
стремления к
creating
богатству.
economy and
Slide
orientation
number
towards the
4,
limited
please.
sources. the principles of collectivism in the community, and so on. The second epoch is the desire for the wealth. The struggle of survival gives way to the aspiration to accumulate material sources. The third civilization, trade routes, and exchange system emerge. This is totally different from the first very basic natural desires and epoch of the natural desire and primitive era. We have material structures, the strengthening and improvement of the economic system of the societies that enter the stage of civilization, cities and trades, the emergence of the large settlement, specialization of labor, development of crafts and commerce, and the word really huge development and changing. Start to have writing and record keeping, the invention of the writing as a tool for the recording property, managing sources, as well as the culturally significant material. The epoch of the desire for the wealth, the transition to the dominant desire was marked by emergence of the first civilization in Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, and China. The epoch 3, the third epoch, the desire for the power and the fame. The aspiration of dominance and recognition becomes the main driving force of the epoch. The great empires rise and fall. Complex state institutions take shape. Strengthening of the state power, improvement of the mechanism of governance and control, world empires, expansion of the scale of the state to the continental level, diversity of the form of the governance, monarchies, republic, theocracies, a wealth of the political experiments. The epoch of the desire for the power and fame, the realization of desire led to the strengthening of the state power, which developed both extensively and intensively. Throughout this period, world empires appear as one after another, state of the new type that forcibly unite a large number of small states into the single political entity and government them centrally through the bureaucratic apparatus. Simultaneously, with the increase of the scale of the state, the mechanism of the state power and the method of governing society were refined. The diversity of the forms of states organization grew. Democracy, republic, various forms of monarchy. The principles of the relationship between the state and society changed. In a number of countries, the state not only governed society from the above, but also entered into dialogue with it, studying some of the power of the society. Epoch 4, the desire of knowledge. 17th century to the present day. Science is a productive force. Scientific knowledge becomes the main driver of the social development and economic growth. Penetration into the all sphere, science, transform introduction, medicine, education, politics, and culture. Globalization of knowledge, information transcend borders, forming a unified informational space for the humanity. The aspiration for the knowledge began to establish itself thanks to the scientific revolution that occurred in Western Europe in the 17th century. Science gradually became an independent sphere of the social activity, and over time, especially in the 20th century, and it became the leading productive force in the main driving force of the social development, penetrating all the spheres of the social life, from economic to medicine, education, and everyday life. At the stage, egoism not only intensified but assets that defines itself as an ideologically grounded position, beginning with the figures of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment thinkers. The numerous reformations occurring in the West destroyed the barriers blocking the development of egoism and dismantled the system of the religious prohibitions that suspended desire. The second half of the 20th century, thanks to the realization of the desire for the knowledge, a new type of the society reached its flourishing. One variously called post-industrial, technogenic, or informational. A particular type of the person also appeared, the hedonistic individuals or narcissistic individualists, whose egoism is total. Despite impressive achievements, ethical values are being devaluated in contemporary society. Social and interpersonal solidarity is weakening. Fragmentation is growing, and the social political activism is fading. So,
и межличностная солидарность, и растет разъединенность. И начиная
starting
начиная с 70-х годов
starting from the 17th
общество вступило в
of the 20th century,
период.
the current social society turns to the new
В
stage.
этом свидетельствуют две важнейшие тенденции.
So
Во-первых,
there are
это
two
глобальный
main ways,
системный
tendencies,
социально-экологический кризис.
two global
Кризис
crises,
впервые
social
вспомнили
ideological
в той или
crisis,
иной степени все общества,
exhaustion of
все
egoistic
сферы
desire.
социокультурной жизни.
And it
От
goes through the
экономики до
whole, the
семьи,
structure
бытия.
and social
До
and
предела
cultural
обострились
life.
отношения между техногенным обществом
There are
и природой,
very
которые также
hard
переживают
critical
глобальный кризис,
interaction
вызванный
between
преимущественно
sociocratic
деятельностью
and
человека,
technocratic.
установкой на непрерывный рост и
There is
непреодолимое
a
увеличение
development of
общества.
the interest of the
И вторая
driving
тенденция – это глобализация,
prosperity, like materialism
потому
and
что одновременно с
desire
кризисом
to receive
происходит
everything.
беспрецедентное усиление
Second one is
взаимосвязи, взаимопроникновения
globalism,
и
and
взаимозависимости
the people
между
feel the
различными странами и народами,
intercommunication, interdependence,
которые ранее
and
могли существовать
connection
в
between each other.
относительной изоляции и
And that's
автономии
what we feel
друг от
when we
друга.
were insulated, isolated.
Slide number 7, please. Глобальное и локальное теперь
So,
переплетаются,
the
образуя
overall picture, each epoch builds upon
прочную
the
систему
achievement
связей.
of
Этому
the
производственный
previous
темп
one and
возвращается к
creates the condition of the next.
сверхобеспечению глобального
Egoistic
созидания.
desire
Эта
progressively
система
brought humanity
достаточно высоко
to the two levels of
интегрирована, и
organization.
вместе с тем на сегодняшний день эта система крайне
And we
нестабильна
come to the
и полна
system
внутренних противоречий.
which full of the
Это
internal
означает, что тенденция
interaction and
глобализации и интеграции
absolutely
вступает в нарастающее
radical
противоречие
not
с
understanding
существующими ныне принципами социального
the principles
взаимодействия,
of
прежде всего
social
эгоистической
intercommunication
разнонаправленностью интересов.
because of the
Это
egoistic
касается и
different
этнических
direction
обществ,
of
и
desires.
этносов,
It is
и
related to the
светов.
ethnos, societies, and unities.
Чем объясняется вот эта ситуация,
How
которую
we can
научные
explain this
психологи
situation?
часто называют цивилизационным тупиком?
It calls like a
Причина в
civilization
подходе.
dead end.
Причина заключается в том, что
The
человечество
reason
уже
is that
проработало
because the human being,
все эгоистические
all our
желания
population, we had tried all
слайд
the
вам показан
desires that
так.
we may
Еще раз
have.
напоминаем, как эти желания
So reminding that the desires change from one to another. Once we fulfill all these egoistic desires, now we build the society, but this society had been built based on the egoistic basic desires, and we need to change the potential. We will need to change the desire from the destroying force into the creation force, to the nature and back to the humanity.
Slide number
8.
9.
9. Sorry, guys.
И, собственно говоря, наличие вот этих двух разных тенденций, с одной стороны,
So the two different tendencies
создают крайнюю нестабильность,
create the unstable situation, which means
что эволюция эгоистической системы, она
завершилась. The evolution of the egoistic system had been solved. We accomplished that. So the change of dominant is different now. We tend to be thinking and feeling that we need to create something different from the human being to the society. The evolution of egoistic social system has come to the end, and this means that the time has come for the next change of dominant. But this time, the new altruistic desire is qualitatively different from its predecessor. The realization for this dominant will require consciousness and purposeful effort from the human being. And the realization of dominant will require consciousness and will need to learn to master the egoism and initiate the realization of the new dominant, which is processed and enormous unflying potential, will be accompanied by the global transformation of both the human being and the social system. Above all, this transformation will affect the nature of social interaction. It is necessary to change the model of realization between individuals and societies from an egoistic, narrowly local one, altruistic, integral, and global one. As a result, a new global society superorganism will emerge, partly similar to the natural integral system and serving the interest of the whole humanity. Conclusion. What does the integral approach offer for understanding history? What are its advantages? World history appears as a purposeful, programmed process that has a perfectly defined purpose to bring humanity through the working out of the various egoistic desires to the most optimal state of integrality. The integral approach, thus, not only reveals the patterns of the world historical process, but also determines the meaning of the history. The integral approach demonstrates that the dynamics of the world history and the transition from the one stage to another are inseparably linked to the development of the human being and their desires. At each stage, specific socially significant task is worked out, and this task is a part of all program of the historical development. Therefore, the traditional periodization of history is filled with a new meaning. The integral approach to the history makes it possible not only to analyze the past and the present, but also to construct well-founded forecasts of the future. It reveals the pattern of the human transformation and the transition to a society founded on altruism. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I finished my presentation.
Спасибо большое, профессор Качатурин. Спасибо. Есть вопрос? Андрей, пожалуйста.
Да, Большое спасибо за отличный доклад.
Thank you for your presentation.
Вот есть точнее, два вопроса.
I have two
Первый.
questions actually.
Как вы
First,
считаете,
what do you think?
ваш интегральный подход, описанный
Your
в докладе,
integral
насколько он сочетается с
way
теорией Капицы?
of the history, how it matched to the theory of Kapitsa?
Вы знаете, я думаю, что он вообще-то не очень сильно
I
сочетается
think it's not matching to each other and not
Капицей.
interacting.
Вообще, в принципе,
Different.
этот подход основан все-таки на
Principle of
современных
Kapitsa
научных достижениях.
is based on the
Он
current
возник, так сказать, не на пустом месте.
scientific
Поэтому, конечно,
researches. It's not
отчасти
just from
я
the
использовала те наработки, которые он сделал. Мне
nothing.
кажется, он слишком большое внимание
Partially, I
уделяет
use some
демографическому
knowledge from
фактору.
this theory.
Да, я с вами согласен. Демографический фактор, конечно, там, ну, скажем так,
There
избыточный.
is also a
Но если мы
demographical
исходим из того,
factor,
что
has
каждый
a big
человек это
effect.
все-таки набор
Each
желаний,
human
и чем
has
больше
a
желаний реализовано в
he's
нашей
a slave
жизни,
of his
тем больше
desire,
требуется
and the more
социального
desire
статуса
uh,
человека.
needs
Статус
more
гораздо во
social,
многом
higher
укрепляется.
social
Хорошо.
level,
Спасибо большое за ответ. И
better
второй
budget.
вопрос.
Second
Как вы
question,
думаете, вот
what do you
теория
think? The theory,
Загарника-Левина по поводу
Zagarnik-Levin,
понятности
about
в
the
социальном обществе, исходя из общего желания, как
society and
возможность
general
реализации
desire.
доминанты желания в развитии
What is the
общества,
dominant of the
она
desire
может
of
нам
the
помочь
society?
развить интегральный
Would it
подход?
affect,
Или это все-таки
would it
больше
help us to
умозрительная вещь?
develop an integral approach of understanding of the history and developing the society?
Я не могу вам ответить вот сейчас
I
на
cannot
этот
say you
вопрос.
directly
Мне
right
нужно
away.
подумать.
I have
Может
to
быть, тогда
think.
просто пришлите вопрос на
Can
на
you
мой
send your
имейл,
question
и,
to
может
my
быть, там этот
email?
вопрос интересный,
The question is
и нам
very
действительно
interesting.
нужно
I
подумать, как,
really need to
насколько, так
think
сказать, это
how to reply to your
теория
inquiry, how the
может быть
theory
действенной.
may match and might be effective and
Извините, что не
helpful.
ответила.
Sorry
Также
that I could
вопрос
not reply to your
мелькнул.
question.
Какую роль играет разнообразие желаний на каждом историческом
How
этапе
the
и в
different
сознании человека?
desires may affect the
И в
development of the
обществе. С
human
вашего позволения, я
society.
попробую ответить на этот вопрос.
If you don't mind, I
Потому
will
что вот это
reply.
разнообразие желаний, то, что
I
существует
think that
варианты
different variation of
разных
desire
желаний, это
may
очень важно,
affect to
потому
the
что,
development of the society, and it is very
во-первых,
important because for the firstly,
это ускоряет темп
this would
развития,
speed
потому что
up
все
the
эти желания
speed
идут
of the
в особенно
development.
сложные отношения.
Each the
Они
desire
могут
comes into the complicated
настраивать друг
interaction
друга,
between each
иногда с
other. It
противоречиями.
may force, it may attack each other,
Поэтому,
affect or
безусловно,
interact
повышает нам
with
темп развития
forcing
истории.
or decreasing,
Кроме того, это
increasing or
добавляет
decreasing the desire.
разнообразие
And
общества.
with different
Оно
types of the
необходимо
desire
для
in
развития
our
исторического
society.
процесса.
This is very important
Наконец, я
for the
думаю, что
developing of our
это
history and
разнообразие
the
желаний
society.
очень важно для того, чтобы,
The variety of the
во-первых,
desire
окончательно доработать эти старые
very
доминанты,
important for the
которые, может быть, уже,
marketing,
так сказать,
business,
и
society, history,
уже, так сказать, отошли со
science.
сцены, но ведь они продолжают
But
еще
some
владеть
of the
властью
desires may
подчиняться
be not
людьми.
so
И
transparent
всегда
and
получается так,
obvious,
что
but they
есть
are at the
некая
background and they are base
прослойка людей,
desires of our
у
life.
которых старые
There are
доминанты,
big
например,
part
желание
of the
богатства,
human beings, like
оно все
all
равно,
dominant, being
желание власти,
rich,
оно все равно будет
being
продолжать
strong,
свою
being
играть
powerful
центральную роль.
and
То есть мы должны
valuable.
понимать, что общество, оно не
We
может
need to
вместе с
understand
переходом к новой
that
доминанте
our society is
перестроиться
changing
полностью.
and we have to change and adopt accordingly.
Обязательно существуют разные группы людей.
There are
Есть какие-то
different
группы,
kind of
которые
groups of
приходят к
the
предметной
population.
доминанте
Some
и
of them are
развивают их
still stuck
сознание.
to the
И есть
old
специальная
dominant
группа людей,
of the
которых
power
интересует их
and
старая
money.
доминанта.
And another
И,
one is
кроме
for the
того, мне
globalization.
кажется,
So the
мне
difference and
кажется,
changes
что
are slowly would
для
come
будущих доминант очень это
for the
важно, чтобы
future
они
dominant.
присутствовали вот даже в качестве
All
измененных
the
желаний, потому что они
variation and
за это
options of
время
the desire
раскроют
must
какой-то
be.
свой потенциал.
Each
То
of
есть
it
они
has their
развиваются, они
own
по-настоящему
potential,
вместе.
which may have a development and
Даже
can
будучи
affect to the
неприятелями.
development of our
И вот еще сейчас
general
был один вопрос.
social development. and changes. What would happen with egoism?
Владя постаралась на это ответить, что он будет, да, он на протяжении долгого времени направлял
Egoism within all the development of the human beings has the effect of the development of the humanity. It would not lose the constructive role. It would change.
И желание богатства, и желание власти.
The desire to be
Очень важны.
strong and influencer and reach. This is important for development of material infrastructure. The society needs to develop like that. But we also need to have a new social structures and governmental structures. And the effect of the desire is also understandable in this moment. But altruism will develop more and more, and egoism would be less dominant, and under the effect of altruism, altruism will turn to be more dominant and will follow the altruism. Hopefully, you are satisfied with my response.
Ну, вот сейчас он еще прозвучал тут в чате в английском варианте.
Okay, Professor.
Ну, на любые вопросы, которые возникнут, я могу ответить по имейлу.
Any question that show up, I'm happy to reply via email. You can send me directly emails. I would be happy to reply to you guys. I understand we run out of the time.
Okay. So we do have further questions for you, Professor. So this is the first one. What will happen to the main driving force, egoism, that has guided the development of civilization up to today?
Я уже ответила на этот
I already
вопрос.
responded to this question, actually, just right now. Did you get an answer? Do you think it would not be reasonable for me to reply again, to respond again the same?
Может быть, там не было перевода, я могу повторить коротко.
Have you got the translation? Otherwise, I can repeat. The altruism would be the dominant desire, and it would force an egoistic desire would lead and under the effect and force of altruism. Egoism cannot build anything new. It would not be at the main or peripheral. It would be totally under the effect of altruism.
As well. If that's okay. So.
Да, не вижу его. Пожалуйста, прочитайте его вслух.
Okay. Okay, so how can a change in desires within a person affect not only his life, but also the general direction of the development of society? I'll read it one more time. How can a change
Я поняла, спасибо, не надо. Все понятно. Собственно говоря, весь доклад был вот этому как раз и посвящен. Я, правда,
The whole speech and presentation was exactly about this, what you asked. All our desires reflect to the social life, but in the center is the human and his desire. The desire would change based on the social life. The people do not understand it exactly by themselves. They may feel it later. Why I need to build the irrigation channels? Of course, they think that they need to get more fruits, vegetables, and growth. But in social life, they were quite primitive. But it had a different, later on, result. It started to build a society and civilization. And it happens with every other desire as well. So, at the beginning, the egoism is the main driving force.
Thank you. And we have
Вот,
one.
например, там, желание знаний, то же самое.
Like a desire for the knowledge, a desire of the power, each human is trying to make his position and the society and the structure. But at the end, it may comes to the structure of the government structure, like governmental structure. Like in the Middle Age, in Europe, the desire of the power create empires.
Скажем, знатью, которая боролась за монарший престол.
They fight for the monarchy and the throne. It had involved a huge amount of the people, cities. The love for power was very powerful. The hunger for power move on the civilization, human empires. And then later it tends to be the parliament structure. It comes to the parliament and like in France, they start to have general states. They had the representative of each city and religion representatives and also the knights. It comes like further to the parliament and structure of the so the desire for the power also comes to the one person and then reflect and develop into the huge social effect moment which comes to the new social structure, now country structure. I hope I responded to your question.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Professor. Well, thank you, everybody, for such wonderful talks. I hope that you've all enjoyed it. This is the first part of the Congress. So from now, we're going to take a short break. And during the break, we will be playing a short promotional video presenting our current project, the IHUD Smart Book. We will also share the link in the chat now so that you can explore it further at your convenience. I would also like to just take a moment to express my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to moderate this first session with you. It's been a real pleasure and very, very interesting to listen to all of the participants. After the break, we will continue with the second part of the Congress, which will be moderated by my colleague, Mr. Gianni Conti, who will guide you through the next sessions and all of the discussions. Thank you very, very much indeed, everyone. Thank you.
Hi, friends. I'm Debbie Sturt. I spent many years teaching young children guided by the belief that every child needs to feel valued. I learned early on watching my sister struggle and seeing how easily a child can feel invisible. In my classroom, children learn through hands-on experiences, play, and collaboration. That's what drew me to IHUD and integral education. It confirmed what I had seen. Learning isn't mechanical. It's shaped by relationships and environment. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to work with the IHUD team to create a smart book on integral education and its impact on classroom instruction. Integral education aligns with the natural process of human development. It helps children come to understand themselves as something larger, as part of a whole interconnected world.
Hello, my name's Amanda Green. I'm a professional couples counselor and a very proud member of IHUD, and I'm so excited to tell you about the book that we're writing, a huge team from all different disciplines across the globe and uniting to make this book because humanity needs this book. We are struggling right now in what seems to be a big ball of chaos and confusion and conflict and suffering, and so excited to tell you that the book has some answers as far as guidance and which direction to go and what your role in it is. And as it turns out, your role is a very special role. Humanity, or humans I should say, have a unique place in nature. We have the capacity to consciously build balance, harmony, and beauty in the world around us when we unite with a common goal. And we will see how this simple message applies across the board and can relate to pretty much any subject and context, and can't wait to share it with you. Please join us, click when you get the link, and come and see what it's all about. You won't regret it.
My name is Ernest Itzkovich, and I am very glad and happy to meet with you. Actually, I would like to talk about IHUD. IHUD is a very special organization of friends that is international organization that are willing to make our life better and much more joyful and much more happy. In particular, actually, I would like to mention my article regarding one global community engagement that it actually reflects the level of relationships and the level of friends that we have. I would like to share with you that this upcoming week I was invited actually to run a lecture, run a music performance, okay, with my accordion, and furthermore actually to have run a round table in 3 different languages. And this round table, it was an invitation from a friend of mine who is actually a manager of a program of adults in our community center in my neighborhood. And we are going to talk about every option and every good things that we are able to create together as friends, as community, as family, and the bottom line, to have a very nice and beautiful community engagement. This community engagement, okay, it works for everybody because the benefit goes to the friends, to the neighbors, to the community, to the society, to the environment, and definitely for global sustainability. So, looking forward for this opportunity. If you'd like to have the opportunity and you have the time, you're very welcome to go through my article. But most important, please browse our website, what is called IHUD World, okay? And you will see not only articles and my best friends from all over the world, but just you will see their miracles.
Hello, my name is Kathy Perello. I am a retired teacher of 30 years in the humanities department of a school in Erie, Pennsylvania. I have been a part of IHUD for about a decade now. Every minute of the work done in IHUD, which is the Institute for Humanities United Development, has been filled with beautiful colleagues, work, yes, but an intention to bring what we have studied to the world. IHUD integral education is a most special type of integral education. I think my main message for all of you is to say it is for all ages, even those of us entering our octogenarian years and on up from that. Please make a choice to consider the book that we will be publishing. It will be in a smart book type and also other ways to read it. Please consider this. Thank you.
In an era of constant noise and shrinking attention spans, we face a silent crisis. We have infinite access to information, but starve for meaning. Traditional search engines treat knowledge as a collection of disconnected facts. They provide data points, but offer no context. The result is a fractured picture of the world. Our understanding drifts into isolated clusters, leaving wide gaps in our perception of reality. As global complexity increases, the ability to bridge these gaps is a vital necessity for anyone wanting to navigate the challenges of tomorrow. A fragmented worldview leaves us ill-equipped to solve problems that are, by their very nature, interconnected. Resolving a failure of this scale requires a new architectural approach to how we organize what we know. This is why we built the IHUD SmartBook project, not as another digital library, but as a framework for integrating human intelligence. Our goal is to transform scattered data into actionable meaning by building the connective tissue between disparate fields of study. The base layer of this system is Integropedia, a living encyclopedia developed through 10 years of research into integrative education and science. This system is built upon 40 foundational chapters. These materials form the core layer of our developmental methodology. Each chapter synthesizes cutting-edge science, profound human experience, and global societal development into a single, coherent whole. By weaving these threads together, we provide a map that shows how abstract principles actually shape our physical and social reality. Navigation within this map is handled by an active system, the SmartBook agent. This is an intelligent AI mentor trained specifically on our integrative framework to understand context rather than just keywords. The agent's mission is to guide you through vast arrays of content, mapping hidden connections between concepts that traditional search tools often miss. This approach moves the user away from memorizing isolated data and toward a genuine understanding of complex systems. It changes the experience from passive reading to an active interaction with a unified worldview. The encyclopedia and the AI are housed within a global ecosystem designed for continuous evolution. This includes a multilingual learning environment and a dedicated space for social knowledge exchange. These pillars allow for cross-disciplinary collaboration and cultural insights to flow into the system from around the globe. This ensures that knowledge remains a living entity, constantly updated by the synergy of integrative thinking and collective insight. We have already deployed the foundational chapters and the initial SmartBook agent prototype. Our next steps involve expanding the knowledge base and scaling the platform to remove language barriers for a global audience. We are moving towards widespread user testing and establishing partnerships with leading research and educational institutions. This transition marks the shift from an innovative prototype to a global infrastructure for integrative learning. The implementation of this platform provides the tools for a new level of clarity in how we view ourselves and our society. This framework invites us to explore the principles currently shaping consciousness and the future architecture of our society. We invite you to join this evolution. You can begin exploring through the SmartBook agent today. In an era of deeply fragmented information, the right question is the doorway to true understanding.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome back. My name is Gianni. I'm going to be presenting for this part, hosting you for this part. I hold a master's degree in the science of education. I've had the privilege of teaching in Washington and New York, and I'm truly honored to be with you for the second part of today's conference. I hope this short break offered you a moment of reflection and relaxation to gently integrate with what we've already begun to explore together. Because what we're doing today is not just attending a conference. We're participating in a shared inquiry into what it means to be human in a world that is completely interconnected. This understanding, we hope, will evolve us into a more harmonious and conscious civilization, which we need so much today. At IHUD, we approach science, education, and human development not as separate, isolated domains, but as deeply interconnected dimensions of a single living system of humanity itself. In the second part of our conference, we'll continue unfolding this perspective through a series of diverse yet complementary presentations. Before we begin, just a few reminders. This conference is available in multiple languages. Please select your preferred language using the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen. After each presentation, we'll hold a short Q&A. You're warmly invited to participate by raising your hand or writing your questions in the chat. We encourage you not only to listen, but to engage, reflect, and connect with your hearts. Our first presentation is from Miss Larissa Kornilova and Miss Ina Kamenyeva. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. The title is The Family as Hologram of Humanity. We begin the second part of our conference with a theme that is both intimate and universal, because if we look closely, we may discover that the smallest human unit, the family, already contains within it the structure, tensions, and potential of humanity as a whole. It's my great pleasure to welcome Miss Kornilova and Miss Kamenyeva. Again, sorry. Ms. Kornilova is a teacher, speech therapist, and psychologist specializing in integrative education. Alongside her, Ms. Kamenyeva is an educator devoted to integrative upbringing and the study of human development within relational systems. Together, they bring over 2 decades of experience within IHUD initiatives, co-creating educational programs that explore the family as a living system, a space where connection, responsibility, and the foundations of human relationships take place. Today, they invite us to explore the family as a hologram of humanity. Please join me in warmly welcoming them. Go ahead, ladies.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello,
Мы
friends.
действительно занимаемся таким
We really
тонким инструментом и таким
feel
плавным,
very
очень
delicate,
радостным.
very
Это
joyful
семья, голограмма
instrument
человечества.
as family,
Наш институт
as a hologram of
исследует эту
humanity.
область
Our
человеческих
institute
отношений. И
really
рада ее сегодня вам
explores
представить.
this
Сначала будет
part of our
презентация
side.
вот такая,
We have a
картинка, а
presentation.
потом будет теоретическая часть.
We show the presentation and then
Голограмма человечества, отдел семья.
family as a hologram of humanity.
Человечество — это не
Humanity is not a
индивидов,
multitude of
один живой
individuals, but
организм.
one living
Рост
organism.
индивидуализма,
Growth of
изоляция,
individualism and
разрушение семейных и
isolation,
социальных связей. Мы
destruction of
наблюдаем
family
недостаток
and
культуры
social connection,
взаимности и
lack of culture
эмоционального
of
интеллекта.
mutuality, and
Современные
emotional
вызовы
intelligence.
требуют новой
Modern challenges
гуманитарной парадигмы,
require a new
интегрального подхода
humanitarian
к
paradigm
развитию
and integral
человека.
approach to human development.
Актуальность исследования. Курс
Relevance
предполагает
to
модель семьи
study,
как лаборатории
the
человечества.
course proposes
Образование
a model of
включает
the family as
социальные и
laboratory of humanity.
ценностные аспекты.
Education
Психологические
will
кризисы,
include
стресс,
emotional and value
одиночество, выгорание
aspects,
растут. Переход от
psychological
формальных
crisis,
знаний к
stress,
взаимосвязанным
loneliness, and
сознаниям.
burnout are growing.
И цель,
Transition from formal
задача,
knowledge
цель
to interconnected
развить
consciousness.
понимание семьи как
The goals
системы,
and tasks
отражающей
to develop an
структуру
understanding of the
и
family as a
обучить
system,
навыкам
reflecting the
гармоничного
structure of
взаимодействия.
society, to teach the skills of harmonious
Методология.
interaction,
Интегральная философия
comprehend
ИХУД. Методы.
methodology,
Наблюдение, опрос,
integral
круги, диалоги.
philosophy,
Круги диалога.
observation,
Практика
survey, dialogue,
благодарности.
circles, gratitude practices, principles of system thinking, fractal theory, and psychology, scientific novelty.
и материалы конференции IHUD.
The base of family is the successful family, time of the family, spirituality of the family, interconnection, the health of the family, financial crisis, devotion, and gratitude. It's all the concepts of holography. Holography is a reflection of vision for the whole. Unity in the family is reflecting family as a system. How the conflicts reflect on the health of the life. The problems with the family is the arguments, and the expected results is the harmony, and it's the base of the society.
Малые действия, большие последствия. Семейная атмосфера формирует коллективное поле.
Reflection of the butterfly. The small practices. Joy is a manifestation of love.
Практические формы курса.
Practical
дискуссионно-дискуссионные блоки. Семейные интегральные круги.
The circles, the family circles, courses, dialogue, games, practices, gratitude, mini project of the family. Family, love, support, smiles, expected results. Development of the course gives the result to the development of the family and ability to see the results in the structure of the family. It develops the
значение. Вклад в развитие интегральной педагогики, переосмысление семьи как микроуровня социальной эволюции.
И выводы. Семья – трактат человеческий. Радость –
conclusion. Family is a model of humanity. By changing relationships within it, we change society. Love, mutuality, awareness, the key to the future. This is an instrument of evolution. Recommendation. To develop this course and development at international reach. And what's the conclusion? Family is a model of humanity. By changing relationship within it, we change society. The family, love, mutuality, and awareness as the key to the future. We used to think that the future of the world is decided in parliaments and government, but it's in reality it's still dealt in family. The family, if we try to build a family as the joyful and perfect structure of humanity, we will achieve the changes in the world. If you want to achieve unity, you could try to build the relationship between yourself, the children, Okay, so
И курс «Радость – это проявление любви. Семья как голограмма человечества». Это учебно-практический курс IHUD.
this is the practical course,
Проблема и актуальность.
the
Современное
problems and
человечество
actuality.
сталкивается с кризисом взаимопонимания и распадом социальных связей. Несмотря на технологический процесс, люди становятся все более изолированными. Разрушение культуры семьи, рост тревожности и отчуждения указывают на дефицит базового навыка, способности к взаимности и любви как действию.
Исследований в области эмоционального интеллекта и нейропсихологии Голман, Кавашима, Деннисон подтверждают, что качество человеческих отношений напрямую связано с когнитивным и социальным развитием. Курс предлагает интегральный подход IHUD, где семья рассматривается
Really
как
offering the
диалогическая модель
integral
человечества,
approach
микросистема,
where
отражающая все
the family shows the
Цели задачи исследования
part of
разработать и
humanity.
опробировать образовательный курс,
What's
формирующий целостное восприятие семьи как основы культуры человечества и среды для развития эмпатии, радости, интегрального мышления.
Задачи показать семью как системную модель общества, голограмму человечества, исследовать законы взаимности, фрактальности и эмержентности в человеческих отношениях, выявить педагогический потенциал радости и любви как законов природы, разработать методы практического обучения взаимности, интегральные диалоги, круги, игры.
Основной материал и аналитическое обоснование. Методология. Курс опирается на интегральную философию IHUD, синтезирующую системное мышление, гуманистическую психологию и законы природы. Исследование сочетает теоретический анализ, принципы голографичности, синергии, гомеостаза, психолого-педагогический эксперимент, внедрение практик осознанного общения, эмоциональной регуляции и радости как состояние связи. Методы: наблюдение, анкетирование, групповая рефлексия, самоотчеты, интегральные семинары.
Научное обоснование. Теория фракталов Мальдиброд. Каждая часть системы отражает целое. Принцип эмержентности Эшби. Взаимодействие рождает новое качество. Эмоциональный интеллект Голман. Эмпатия и радость как когнитивные навыки. И интегральное образование IHUD. Обучение целостному восприятию.
Выводы и рекомендации. Семья – фрактал человечества. Гармония в малом масштабе формирует устойчивость в большом. Радость – индикатор единства. Это не эмоция, а состояние коррегентности между людьми. Образование будущего интегральное. Оно формирует не только знания, но и культуру чувств. Практические формы. Семейные круги, тренинги эмпатии, интегральные диалоги, дневники благодарности.
Перспективы международное сотрудничество в рамках IHUD для формирования глобального образовательного суперорганизма. Семья – голограмма человечества. Совершенный мир – результат правильного объединения. Эта мысль, звучащая как афоризм, отражает глубинную закономерность природы. Целое рождается из гармонии частей. Человечество сегодня стоит перед вызовом. Глобальные кризисы, социальные противоречия и технологический разрыв показывают, что мы не научились быть единым организмом. Но где искать ключ к этому единству? Ответ удивительно прост. В семье.
Семья – это социальный институт.
The family is a social institution enshrined in law and tradition. It's a living laboratory of human nature, launching pad for personality, and is in the mirror of society. It is a drop of water, entire ocean of humanity is reflected. This is precisely why the family can be called hologram humanity. The science of fractal teaches that each part of the whole repeats its structure. A branch of tree resembles the whole tree. Lightning resembles a river. Lungs reflect a branch of crown. The same principle operates in social system. The conflict in the family is reduced.
Ревность ребенка к брату или сестре– отражение конкуренции государств за ресурсы. Сотрудничество, доверие, забота– те же механизмы.
Cooperation, trust, care, there is same mechanism at work in international alliances and corporation. The family is fractal of humanity. Changes that begin on a small scale spreads further, and we can learn to listen and understand each other at the dinner table. This ability begins to scale into community, the city, the country, and ultimately in the whole world. Family is emergent system. In system theory, there is a term emergence, and it's an interaction of simple element gives a rise to a new quality. Single ant does not know it's building an anthill. The family also emerged in the whole system. It's greater than the sum of members. It's not simply mom plus dad and children. It's invisible fabric of relationship, family ritual, intonation, atmosphere of trust and tension. It's precisely determines where the family will be a space of love and growth or anxiety and restraint. In integral thinking, it says to change a system, you need to change a connection within it. So, in the family, one respect, sincerity, and ability to listen appear, new force is born or capable to change the world around it. A hologram is in an image which each part contains information about entire whole. Even fragment preserve the image of complete picture. This principle describes a family very accurately. Each family carries within the potential of humanity. If mutually and respected rings in at home, this is not only local victory. Children raised that model into the schools, university, workplaces, and political structures. This way, family becomes assembly a point of civilization. By carrying out the love once we back building society. Today, more and more scientists and thinkers think about need for humanity to transition to integral level as a single superorganism. In this perspective, the family plays a key role. Family is a primer cell of integral education. In it, the person first learns fairness, responsibility, and even here, people realize the well-being is inseparably linked with well-being of others. And if we succeed in building harmonious relationships and family, we will be able to raise a new generation in integral consciousness. The family is a union of differences. Men and women are two poles who the feminine energy is acceptance, preservation, and care. Masculine is movement, striving forward. The harmony gives rise to stability. Like two halves of magnetic field, they activate each other. The man unfolds under inspiration of woman. A woman realizes herself in the field of masculine support. It's also a social form of complementary relationship. It teaches us the value of differences and see in them strengths rather than reason for conflict. And it's precisely this model can become foundation of global balance. In the house theory, there is a well-known butterfly effect. The flap of the wing in Brazil will cause a hurricane. In family, principle works quite literally. One word spoken to a child can determine their destiny. One gesture of support can save relationship. One habit, like a shared dinner, shapes entire generation. The family is a point of maximum sensitivity. Small effort produces enormous results. And vice versa, things left unsaid, irritation, grudges, left unattended can grow into global crisis. Alcoholism, violence, alienation. That's why the family is not simply private territory. It's a place of the fate of society. And the family, the family round table is a powerful instrument for the formation of personality and the building of better future of the society. The family round table is mini model of humanity. In it, we learn how to treat each other with respect, overcome irritation, rejection, aversion, misunderstanding, and place the common good above personal ambition. The skills acquired in the family training are carried into the wider world, applied to communication with friends and strangers. The roundtable method works with the very essence of the problem underlying most conflict. By resolving conflicts, we create strong bonds and form a systemic vision, understanding that everything in our world is interconnected. This is the most important work that will lead to abundance, prosperity, and happiness. So this is a family practice that the round table solves the problems. It becomes an example for all society, showing how it is possible to live in harmony and love. The rules of the family round table promote empathy, mutual respect, and ability to listen to each other, making decisions based on mutual concessions and an important step towards building harmonious society.
Семья — это голограмма человечества, и создавая гармонию в ней, мы
And finally,
создаем новую цивилизацию.
when we create a harmony in the family, we create a new society. We also have to say that we have a good group, that we have a good team that works on material, and we have a lot of material on the topics, and we are practicing on ourselves, and also we will put all information on our site that everyone can see that.
Thank you, ladies. Beautiful presentation, and also very empowering to know that we can already start influencing reality right from where we are. We want to give an opportunity for questions now. We'll start with anyone in the Zoom. So, Andre.
Да. Спасибо большое за такую красивую презентацию.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to point a few things, little things. That a person is a desire, and a child in the family is a separate desire. Parents are one desire, the child is another desire. And because of that, we're talking about that family cannot be surroundings of the surrounding of the child is a friends in a situation where he is. And please answer how to family can be. Yes, it's a foundation where the child learns how to interact with others. He learns how to behave, how to change its own desire, and do what the family wants. And after that, we will talk about how to educate the child later in different education institution. Without foundation in the family, it's impossible to educate the child in at school or in other educational systems in preschool.
Okay, thank you. Miriam, you have a question. You wrote it in the chat. Does that mean you want me to ask it?
I can read it. If we look at family conflicts as a fractal reflection of global wars, how does the pedagogy of joy and love become an effective tool of geopolitics? Thank you.
Did we get translation?
I can also simplify the question if that helps. Basically, how does the relationships in the family, how is that reflected in the broader world and back vice versa? How does the broader world get reflected in the family? Thank you.
Ну, давайте мы объясним так, как мы это услышали, чтобы понятно было. Если говорить еще более глубже, то
if talk about a little bit deeper, we also have a we have a whole course of integral communication, and we talk about we're starting from what the woman role is and the male role is, and including the hormonal situation. And then we talk about how to educate girls and boys, what kind of education between the how to educate boys and girls, and we're using the many information from Professor Lightman about the interaction between men and women. And both boys and girls would need to know what kind of interrelation they're supposed to have, and that will be the basis on the future relation between people. And we have many different seminars, the homework, and very important to have a reason of what's the reason for that education. And we always go towards interconnection. If we have a certain goal in the family, in society itself, in the country, we have a certain goals, and we teach the children how to go towards those goals. And that the final idea is the peace in the whole world.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a chance for those on social media if there are any questions there. Let's see if we have any questions on social media. We have time for maybe one more. Okay, so from YouTube. In the concept of the family as a hologram, where each member reflects the whole system, how can individuals become aware of and consciously transform the patterns they carry, especially when those patterns are deeply rooted in the unconscious?
Да, я отвечу. Да, человек — это продукт окружения, то есть меняя среду, меняются и паттерны.
The person is the we already know that when we change the surroundings, the person also changes. If we have a goal, certain goal, and there is a specific way to change for the person to change if they decide to be part of that surrounding. And we have also the part of the course that how to work in the society and how not to be the problem in the society.
Роль семьи в обществе будущего.
Okay, do we have time for one more question? Okay, let's see if we have one more question from social media.
Oh, I see Andre has raised his hand. Maybe we could see what Andre has to ask.
Sure, Andre, go ahead.
Да, я повторю практически свой вопрос, но немножко его разовью. Еще раз. Человек – это набор желаний.
I'm repeating my question, but try to expand it. The person is a collection of desires, and the only goal that we have is to have our desires fulfilled. Even if we give the presents to someone, if we care about someone, we are still fulfilling our desires. And I didn't understand how we fulfill our desires from
Это всего лишь набор желаний.
desires of others. And the person has just like a big just the desires. And we have that from integral system. The parents for the kids only the way to fulfill their desires. That's why children, while they're small, they just fulfill their animal desires.
Андрей, мы поняли ваш вопрос. Да, мы с вами абсолютно согласны. Да.
We understood your question. We agree with you.
Давайте тогда более подробно. Например,
let's talk a little bit more deeply. The boys, for example, don't get born with spiritual desires. The girl, for example, at 3 years old, plays with a doll, and she has a desire to be the mother. And for the boy, it's very difficult. It takes a while before we educate the boys how to act, be part of the family, and how not to be connected to themselves only. For example, cleaning up the table, we ask the boy and saying thank you, and if you don't want the children to grow up like little animals, we have to also educate the parents how to interact with the children. And we would like to invite Andrei to our course, and maybe we can like each person can start feeling how we do that educational part. And the surroundings also very important. If you're interested in this subject, it would be very good if you can join us. And thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you so much. We're out of time, so thank you, ladies. We're going to gently shift our attention from the structure of relationships to the inner structure of a human being. If the family reflects humanity, then the individual reflects the foundation upon which everything else is built. So now we'll welcome Dr. Alexandra Alexandrova. Dr. Alexandrova is a physicist and researcher with a deep interest in neurophysiology and the mind-body connection. Alongside her scientific work, she supports individuals as a mind-body therapist, integrating psychological, somatic, and neurophysiological approaches to foster resilience, health, and a more conscious way of living. Her work beautifully bridges inner experiences and systematic understanding. Today, she'll present From Inner Coherence to Global Harmony. That'll be the title of the presentation. Please warmly welcome Dr. Alexandrova.
Thank you, Jenny, so much. Dear all, I'm so happy to be here. It's a great honor to present today. I go to the title slide. So, we have said lots about the global scales and smaller the scale of family, and now we come to the very small scale of every one of us, and we will see what's going on the level of micro level of one element of the huge system, and how the interrelation of us shapes can affect the global picture. So humans are interconnected. This is inevitable. We see it. On the left side, you see the representation and image of one person friendship on Facebook, and by color you see different areas of human activity. So you see that we are all interrelated and we are connected in our activities also, from the scale of family till the scale of large organization. On the right hand side, you see the plot from the work of 2018 published in Science. Among the vast analysis of social networks, that was the clean experiment of the group of people who were exposed to a novel task, and there in the group of people some started to act newly, new behavior. Once the threshold of 25% is reached, the whole group started to behave in a new way. So the small local perturbations when the system reached 25% can trigger rapid system level change. This is also illustrated in a very recent paper published in Journal of International Management, where the global network of our world was analyzed, as each country is a node in this net, and the interaction and the intensity of this interaction is described by trading between the countries, by moving people one another, so traveling, scientific and IT collaboration. So what the study shows clearly is that once the system becomes more integral, so we get more benefits of it, at the same time we are more vulnerable to disruptions. So let's combine this all image and recent studies in one and think that at the moment of crisis, some 25% we don't know what, we don't see it on the global scale, a one-person behavior might trigger rapid system change. Let's see, what does it mean, behavior at all? So in HOML 2020, it is said that by analyzing and gathering the vast knowledge of neuroscience and behavior science, that almost all human actions can be described as a realization of implicit goals. Well, can be explicit, but as long as we see some explicit goals, there are some implicit, hidden, which do not always coherent. So Moni et al. 2020 present an integrated approach avoidance theory of motivated behavior, where the previous existed theories are governed in one simple approach, telling us only one simple thing, which is also clear for us with everyday experience. Our action is locked between having more benefit, avoiding risk. That's it. So we behave when we have some goal. Actually, we don't have unmotivated behavior. We would always find some motivation. and we want to avoid risk, and we want to increase benefit. And here is the representation on more deeper level inside of us of Gogol current biology, published in 2017. So sensory information comes to us and then undergoes very, very difficult, hidden in kind of black box, but uncovered quite well by neuroscientists and neurophysiologists in the brain and the body together. So we kind of process information in the complex neural network, which involves also the very well developed areas like Natasha was speaking in the first talk today, also with some bodily feelings, autonomic regulations or interoception. And this complex neural network basically gives us, after long-term, but very fast for microsecond calculations, what this situation which I perceive gives to me, more risk or more benefit. And then we anticipate the behavior, either approach or avoid. And the sad thing is that such a important for us approaching or avoiding is done without almost our control. If we don't think about it, this we do automatically, because this system is well installed with our previous everyday, every moment experience and our physiology. If we go to more deeper level of the body, so we know quite well that there are two distinct systems, sympathetic and parasympathetic, and each organ and each tissue of our body is innervated by two distinct nerves, one from sympathetic, which is called fight, flight, freeze. On the behavioral level, this system is governing those reactions. And parasympathetic, relax and digest. So for instance, heart, we have both nerves coming to the heart, and if we perceive some danger in the shaking bush and we want to run fast out, so the sympathetic system switches on and it works quite well so that we can escape. And this is very well established during a long process of our development. All animals have, we almost like them, similar, and this is very good to have both systems, okay? But we can imagine that if in ancient times we were a couple of times per day, like running from some tiger or what, but nowadays we can be in fight or flight or freeze reaction from the very moment till the late evening, because those reactions we might receive from interaction of surrounding world with our kids, with our parents, with our relatives, with our friends, people on the street, and colleagues. So we can understand that when we use too much the sympathetic system, we can be in trouble really physically. So this suffering might be also not only emotional suffering, but also physical suffering. Okay, now let's zoom out a bit and look what's going on. So we see here a clear picture that we are almost like a neural network. We receive some information of the reality, so we perceive it a kind of. Here the reality, we have some waves I plotted, but I have no idea what is reality, because when I touch the world, I receive only my interpretation, the signals which come from the receptor of the skin, which is not the reality, but the response of my receptor to the reality. This principle works on all 5 senses, and we now see that we do not really perceive the world. We perceive our reaction to the world already. Now the complex system in the brain construct the context which we see. This complex system also, we see here the red signal illustrating that we might have some suffering from interaction with the reality, which we have no idea what is it, and give backward the reaction. So stress and suffering are reactions to, not to the world, to our perception. And Friston 2005 famous model tells us we do not perceive reality directly, we perceive the brain's hypothesis about the reality. And the Hudson 2023 shows the work on neural networks specifically, so that we as neural networks learn the life by minimizing the prediction error. Would be so nice to be a bit closer to the reality. Could we change a kind of perception and come closer and be like on this picture, maybe more coherent to reality? So, and this talk tells us, and there will be an experimental study on therapy, counseling therapy sessions with people, and the vast statistics now is presented on 4 typical cases where we would see what's going on when we try at least to change the perception. So is it easy? No, it is not. So changing perception, we would say this is a regular workout. What are those workouts? First, let's switch off our perception. So we don't want to see the world, touch it, but we will use mental imagery. So lots of papers, including the Scott Nicklington 2019, shows that mental imagery recruits sensory cortices, autonomic responses, emotional circuits. So for our brain and body, actually doesn't matter whether we're really touching and looking at it or we imagine it. Yeah, maybe the amplitude of the signal will be different, but we definitely can bring the body and mind in the similar situation, but just imagine it. And then we will use in the therapy the approach, the method which is called by the author Elena Guskova Satori healing therapy. The key idea is we catch the reaction. We stop the reaction to the world, to the perception of the world. And then you see those signals are black. Then we will speak about what happened when we stop the reaction. And the whole therapy approach involves various tools how to deal with this very difficult, very terrible moment, which brings the person to the acceptance of what's going on without the reaction. So, but first we need to change this reaction. And let's see the case number 1. I call it acute suffering. Acute because from time to time, just from time to time, she cannot say no to her boss. So on purpose, I use her, and the image is a boy and father, doesn't matter, because we try to be as much general as possible. So I cannot say no. And this is already reaction to the context. We close eyes and we imagine where she cannot say no. And she says, my boss, she's so demanding. I have lots of tasks and I should take my job, all the work, all the paperwork to weekend to home. I cannot go from work earlier. So you see all this chain of suffering. So what we do, we reverse the reaction. How? So she cannot say no. So in imagery, in this film, which she is watching, she says, no, you can't imagine how terrible is it. By the way, if you try to be with me now, be careful, because you might also get some feeling which is really unpleasant. And we have the whole number of tools to deal with mind and body at the very moment of this feeling when I say no, I was never able to. And the feeling which almost all people saw, this wording, powerlessness, is so typical. It's almost always comes to this dark, terribly empty feeling, powerlessness. What happens next? The context change. She doesn't see anymore her boss. She sees her father and she says, oh, my father, I cannot say no, and I'm small, I don't know why I see it. So you see the brain, it kind of takes from the memory some typical situation which we accumulated before to the same feeling and type of reaction. So once we took which was on the surface, we get more deeper and we go even to the level of the body. So she says, I want to shrink. I cannot say no to him. And he's so big, I don't know why in the real life he's not so big. So we reverse the reaction. We straighten the shoulders, stand up straight, this is extremely difficult to do for the person. We observe her standing up straight, but the body feels complete powerlessness. And what happens next? We might say magically, but this is so interesting that at the very moment all the reactions are stopped, from the high level of I say no to my boss to the very deep bodily level where I open up. And so no reaction, context changes. The father became the same scale as the hero of our case, and the feeling is calmness, confidence, and joy, always joy. And in the long term, first, the relation with the boss changed completely. It seems that without this need of behavior of the boss from another side, so that I can say no and suffer, the boss behaved differently. And the old colleague strangely doesn't give me extra work so that I don't need to work on weekends. The relation with the father changed. So let's go to the next case. Chronic suffering. Chronic we call because it's not from time to time, it might be years. And I hate him, he ruins my life, and it can be with a person nearby, with a person far away, or with a person already dead many years and she's already 70 and crying that her mom ruined all her life. Okay, so here's the context. We reverse it. We reverse the reaction. I can fight. So if I want to fight, I cannot. So we do opposite. He will never hear me. I stay calmly. At this very moment, powerlessness comes. And then, at this very moment, context changes. The feeling of strength, self-confidence, always joy, and the relation with the person changed completely. If mother was calling every evening telling something annoying, then she started to call to her mother and become more neat and more harmony installed in the very long term. Let's go to disease as a particular case of suffering. Acute symptoms. We have it frequently. For instance, headache. This is already reaction. What is the context? Let's see the context. I need to understand. I need to solve the problems. This is so frequently for scientists, we know. And actually, if we think that the person is alone with this problem, no, there is always someone with whom the interaction is playing on. So I need to understand because I need to present on the conference and I really need them to understand my idea. My idea is so great. They need to believe me and understand. So we reverse this reaction. I will never understand this and I will never solve this and come to the magic point of complete powerlessness, which gives feeling of energy, vitality, and joy. And by the way, all the troubles which were so like shrinking the person became very clear. The paper is written and submitted to the journal and, well, no problem at all. And disease, the acute symptom, doesn't come. And now we come to the last case, chronic disease. So the backache, which is, again, the reaction to our perception to life. What's going on? I tried so hard, but I'm not appreciated. He is telling that I do for her as much as I can, but she doesn't appreciate me. And this happens in the internal imagery. When we go into visualizations, we see this problem when he is trying and she does not she's not still happy. And from the wife and this conflict, we come to the context with the previous wife. And no matter how many marriages and divorces you had, this kind of conflict and typical reaction is still there. And we come to the situations with mother at the childhood. And doesn't matter, this is not mother or first wife or later wives make this all happen. This is something inside of me which I wish the others cannot give me. I suffer, and my bodily reactions finally cannot make it and actually break. So I want to run away. I don't want to be here. We reverse it. We play the movie. I cannot escape. So I have to stop. Turn around. This is very difficult to do. I imagine how I do it, but my body feels. And then we come to the feeling of complete powerlessness. At that very moment, the person feels certitude, serenity, and joy, no reaction. And guess what? In a long-term perspective, the relationship with wife changed for more harmony, mutual understanding, while therapy was only for him. There is some not clear point at all. What's going on here? All the goal of our therapy is to bring the person to the very bottom of the hell of powerlessness, complete, as people say, literally death. At that very moment, we can say as a consequence, but I can't even calculate those milliseconds, the person feels energy, serenity, calmness, joy, which they literally call life. So I should draw like this: death equals life. This is very strange. And what is dying here? Knowing that we both, after psychotherapy, we are alive with the person with whom I work. Let's call it ego, which is the very right way to what's going on. Let's see. All the problems which people have can be formulated in one phrase: I want, or I don't want, which is similar. So I act. And we know that we always have a goal, and we act according to the goal. We want more benefits and to avoid risk. I want, and the most frequent phrases are: I want him to do something, I want her to behave somehow, blah, blah. You see, so what we do in therapy, we not only stop action by modeling in our neural network, we also stop this desire. So we stop, we shrink, we kind of reduce this will, this want, I want. Instead of it, what people say more about how they interact with the person in mental imagery after the session, or in real life after the session, in a long term. I feel, I intend, I act. And here we come to the point of more questions than answers. We know that all actions which we do are motivated action. We need to have some goal. What is the goal here? I feel, I feel her, I feel him, I feel how he feels. So I intend what? Frequently people literally formulate that they have intention to actually feel the other person, have those connections more harmonious, and their action come from this point. So let's go to the conclusions, having those questions in mind, which are not yet really answered, and we will have more research on it. Results and conclusions on local scale, at the human level, the reactions to avoid powerlessness. So we don't want to avoid, we think we want to avoid the situation, but we in fact want to avoid our powerlessness in this situation. When we stop this reaction, and we do it clean in therapy, we don't do it on the field, you know. So we change the suffering and illness. So suffering and illness comes from avoidance of our powerlessness. And when we reverse the reaction and accept this powerlessness, we come to freedom and joy. And on the large scale of the system level, suffering and illness, we propose to call them, to see them as signals of disrupted connections. If we are all interconnected, and some of connections are not well, how to say, not harmonious. I feel not good when he calls me. I don't want him to come. I don't want her to meet her on the street. You see? And this kind of light signal, but when I have a headache or worse, the backache for many years, this is a very strong signal of a very bad connection. But we are already connected. We cannot just disconnect. So it would be great to see suffering and disease as those signals. And what to do? To do personal inner work, to restore connection. Is it easy? Not at all, because we need to go through the acceptance of this very, very point of powerlessness. This is so strange, but only like this we come to freedom and joy and restored connection. And if we want to come to the global level, and we want here, who are here today at our conference, we think about global scale of humanity on this planet. So local repair and human connections bring global harmony. And one small remark, we know that nature is one, and no matter complex systems involving electrons in magnetic fields or human beings connected together, mathematics which describes it is similar, and the processes which are going on are kind of similar. And we know, for instance, which is close to my experience, plasma physics, one electron moving around makes magnetic field, creates magnetic field. But once lots of electrons appeared in the external magnetic field, they start to follow this magnetic field. And this system of plasma can be well in harmony until the moment of a strong stresses. When the stress of magnetic field gets higher, then the whole system might be disrupted, as in the solar flares. And the microscale are key there, which is called the process of reconnection, when the huge bunch of plasma disconnects from the sun and comes closer to the earth and gives us some effects. So we can think that, yes, microscales are very important. Yes, macroscales are also important. There is a complex and not yet clearly mathematically explained interaction when we try to explain microscales and macroscales together. But at the moment of at the situation of the strong stress on global scales, microscales are crucial. Thank you so much. You're welcome for questions.
Thank you very much. I think you said a lot of things that are the opposite of how 99% of humanity perceive themselves and reality. So there's probably some questions. Let's start with the Zoom. Anyone in the Zoom who wants to ask? Okay, Andre?
Да, спасибо за прекрасный доклад. Мне очень понравилось. Особенно преодоление Эдипа. Но у меня другой вопрос. Вот мы понимаем, что, допустим, если мы берем Кабалу как за основу, у нас есть 5 видов взаимодействия, 5 уровней взаимодействия. Есть желание, их 5 уровней взаимодействия. В нашем мире, ну тот, который мы ощущаем, в котором мы живем, мы знаем 2 вида слабых и 2 вида сильных взаимодействий.
In our world, we have two different ways of interaction, one weak and one strong, and we still have unknown part of interaction. But we know that there is 2 different levels in interaction. What do you think if the person is some powerful field, if the person carries that field, or if that person is part
Andrei,
of
first
the
of all,
field.
thank you very much for your
This
activity. You
plus
asked so many questions. That's great. Second, the question was long, but I think I catched the idea. So we are both, and we are, as Valeria Khachaturan, she told us on her talk before, that from the historical perspective, we are in the center, and our desire is in the center. So everything starts from our desire. And what is going on, actually interesting from the historical point of view, each shift to the next level in our society interactions and in civilization development was with changing of the dominant desires. It seems that this process takes place also on a small scale of each person once we stop the action and desire, as we do in therapy. We kind of move to the next level. And what is the next level? Then interesting, because it seems that we speak a lot about that humanity is now on the level of the next stage of forming the global interrelated superorganism. And it seems that the small scales of everyone desires development plays a crucial role there. I don't know whether I asked completely to the question. Yes.
Okay, we have a couple of questions from social media. So, okay, this first one, I think, is referring to what you talked about how we have basically constant intentions, probably unconscious, but constant intentions. So it says, this is so important, but it's so hard to change our ways of thinking and our perception of reality. Sometimes we don't realize our thoughts. How can we practice changing our thinking?
Very good questions. Exactly. This is very difficult for all of us. And despite the fact that I'm speaking so freely about it, me myself, this is very difficult. So as I said, this is a everyday workouts. But if we start to reverse our everyday, every moment of vision of our action and interaction, we can gain a lot. So and we shouldn't wait till the disease come actually, or really suffering. We can start with the very small signals of inconvenience. When we interact with someone, I'm listening to him, he's telling something, but I'm not thinking 100% of what he's telling. I take a bit of percentage to realize what I'm feeling at this very moment. And if I feel, oh my God, I don't want to listen to him, I hate him as it is, I just don't, I ask why, what's going on? So I am always between the reality which I perceive and how do I feel. And this is a very gaining strategy. It might help us to avoid a lot of crises between us, in the families, with children, with parents. So I'm not fully in the reality how it is. I'm a kind of between. And I always control what my neural network is doing, because living as an animal is quite, we have all some quite installed experience from childhood, from I don't know where, interaction of society. It affects us. Every word which we read affects our system and brings weights to this neural network. So people call itself be conscious, but we need to know conscious in which way. I feel something. It doesn't mean that now I want to escape. I want to know what's going on and why I'm so afraid of this person. I want to avoid him. Why? What is inside of me that I choose the strategy? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Alexandrova. You're
I see
thinking.
I see some
Sorry.
questions in the in the chat. Maybe yeah. How
They
to
asked me to move on, but
Yeah,
because
let's
you
move on.
asked, we can do no. Let's do one more question. Why don't you choose since you see it in the chat?
No, I think we just said how to work from inside. What are recommendations to help people? Yeah, that was exactly to be always in this work of looking at your intention, and know always that your suffering and your disease is a signal. It's not something which we eat a pill so that it disappear. No, it is something we need to clearly look what is under it. Thank you.
I think I almost never look at my intention. So that's came across, but more importantly, your passion came across. And we're going to move on now. Is a professor at North Carolina State University, internationally recognized for his work in green chemistry, biomaterials, and sustainable systems. Beyond his scientific contributions, he leads interdisciplinary research in systems thinking and social cooperativity, bridging the natural sciences with human and societal development. His perspective invites us to see human interaction not as isolated behavior, but as part of a dynamic, interconnected system. Please join me in welcoming his presentation called Theory of Human Interactions, an Entropic and Cooperative Regulative Framework.
Thank you, Johnny. If anyone doesn't hear me well, please feel free to speak up.
You sound great.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I said you sound great.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what I want to do today, I first want to thank the speakers and the organizers for this wonderful framework that we have. I'm particularly happy to follow Dr. Alexandrova for her wonderful discussion that sort of leads into this. So this is a little bit following what she proposed. So there's a lot of interesting sort of elements that she described that follow this. And so today I want to share with you what it looks like, what possibly the human interactions are for regard to our overall, humanity and structures. So first, I lead off with entropy, the idea that there is a physical quantity that gives us an understanding of what we are fighting, right? Because entropy for physicists, at least, and a lot of scientists, it encompasses disorder, right? And you see here the idea of a measure of disorder of microstates. As Dr. Alexandrova said, you have these systems like in plasma where electrons can behave in certain ways to either create a uniformity or disruption. And generally, when physicists look at entropy, they say, it's a state of disorder the universe is going to. But what I want to do today is show how this could potentially be in our favor, because again, as she showed so eloquently, this death equality to life is really what I'm trying to do here with entropy. So with regard to human society, if we look at, for example, the idea of disorder, right? This is what all of us, in a way, kind of reflect, the idea of this system where there's just so much, horror, there's just a riot-like disorder, right? But in a low entropy state where you're essentially starting to piece things together, this idea of order starts to really come through, right? The idea that everything is harmonized. But what I want to show you essentially is that there is an order in this disorder if we do it correct, if we look at it correctly, and if the environment essentially is the catalyst for this change. So, for example, my thesis is that human entropy, this idea that I just showed you in the past slide, it can be beneficial once we understand the concept of positive human interactions within a framework, right? A regulative framework, as I say in the title. Why does this matter? Well, because today, as you know, as we see, there's a lot of societal complexity. There's a lot of issues. There's a lot of problems that we have that could be categorized as fragmentation, as polarization, information overload. There's a lot of issues that we face that can stymie this whole idea of order, right? So what do we do? So for us, what we have to think about is, how do we take advantage of disorder? How do we make it constructive? How do we convert death into life, as Dr. Alexandrova said? And, the differences that we have within our society, can we find strength? Can we find them? So today, what I hope to show you and sort of help you guide your thinking is that this idea of entropy, I equate in a human society to diversity, uncertainty. It's kind of a disorder, like, hey, it's not uniform. It's not, part of a very cohesive, at least intuitively, whole. We need an environment, a cooperative scaffolding. And what that means is, how does the environment, what it finds itself in, entropy, human entropy, lead to adaptive order? If we perceive positive interaction, right? If, like Dr. Alexandrova said, if we start to change our thinking in a way that we see a system-wide objectification, let's look at differences by through the lens of connection. Seeing that the synergy of differentiations can lead to a strength, right? And that can lead to resilient trust, to recovery from issues that normally would otherwise shock us, and we can be whole. We don't all have to find a unity through identification, with each other, in the sense that we're all monolithic. No, we can be ourselves and still adapt to an environment that is beautiful, right? So entropy is not the problem. This is my claim. It's lack of cooperation. It's cooperativity. How do we as human beings start to believe that cooperation is the key feature that we need to embrace? And if we can do this, what comes is amazing. Trust. We start to realize that we're not at odds. We're not enemies. We start to adapt. We start to see each other's features as a strength, because each one can, in a society, in a colony, in an animal environment, can do their work. And this all brings us into a cohesive framework. In general, in nature, as was said in this IHUD international conference, entropy has to happen. It's just the nature of our universe. As a plant grows, it starts to bridge its environment with its roots. And this is a form of entropy where you have this kind of disorder. But what's beautiful is that in this disorder, there's an amazing and unique order. And this diversity that you see, because its roots are everywhere, it grants us a sort of opportunity to scaffold, to bring together our differences and our diversity of views and our behavioral uncertainties. This is what we really want to see, because again, we can't make everything homogeneous. So in terms of positive and negative, we see the opportunity to innovate, to take a structure that looks so fragmented and polarized and broken, and make it innovatively work for us, so we can start perceiving things as in our favor. In my research, we see this in nano confinement when we start to look at spaces, volumes that look so disorganized, that have no regularity. But what happens is that these places, these pores, they start to restrict movement, and then interactions happen, right? There's this constraint to the environment, the scaffold, and it causes things to work in a way that we would never have guessed. So, if I take the approach that we use science as a building block for understanding humans, we can equate humans to molecules. We see them as units, right? In terms of, the chemistry, these molecules have a certain identity and that they have a certain behavior in society. And we can say that the energy that we derive is from our, as Johnny said, our intention, our motivation. What is it that we want to do? And this would drive our movement, our motion, right? We can essentially start to engage in activity. And so this activity by default would lead to collisions, and these we would classify at the human level as interactions. In chemistry, they would be the cause of chemistry, of some changes in a system, right? And so when the environment allows for cooperativity, we can then build trust, right? We can build this bonding. We can build a stable relationships. We can start to enjoy the fruits of our interaction at a very high positive level. And activation energy is what in chemistry we generally consider to be a barrier, right? There's this wall, right? Like, oh, how do I get over it, right? But we can get over it, as I share in this next few slides. And again, thinking of it in a scientific sense, if we have high entropy and low cooperativity, because so we have a lot of disorder, but not cooperativity, where there's interactions. If we use those two variables, what it leads to is chaos. So high entropy and low cooperativity lead to chaos. If we have low entropy, but high cooperativity, like I showed you in an earlier slide, we have rigidity. Everyone's the same. Nothing differentiates. There's just like up. Everything is monolithic. But if we have high entropy and high cooperativity, we can lead to adaptive order, where in places where you have differentiation, we have all kinds of diversity, we can lead to a system where everyone is working together. And this is based on the diversity of the people, of the molecules, the collisions, the interactions, and then the bonding, the trust. So our chemistry is very much, relevant in human society. And as a result of the equation, we get resilience, we get innovation, we get unity, right? And so the model is successful because we can take entropy and we can channel it through the environment for our benefit. And we can see this in organizations, in education, if we want to. Again, a lot of organizations and educational systems don't do this, but that's what we got to do. We've got to do this. So ultimately, my talk boils down to this. Entropy times cooperativity, like I showed you in that landscape set of slides, would lead to unity. So E, not E equals MC squared, but E times C equals U. And then ultimately, what I want you to take away from this is don't be afraid of entropy. Embrace it. Finally, in conclusion, according to IHUD, we'd like to recognize human interactions. They norm set them. Let's listen to everyone. Let's think about what everyone has to say. Curiosity-driven questions. Let's not humiliate. Let's embrace what people say. Working in small groups, this microstates, right? These cooperations, and then we federate. Then we sort of aggregate, right? The consensus or the divergency of opinions into something that brings it to the front. We bridge the cores, we seed the weak ties across all of these clusters, rotate members. We really try to bring everyone on board, right? That gives us, a unity. And then, we share information, we try to discuss, we try to verify what the signals are, and we bring them into a whole. And obviously, this is something that leads to gratitude, healing, and, transparency of commitments, and under what is termed as ritualized reciprocity. Beautiful. And I think that is it. thank you very much for your attention, and I welcome any questions.
Okay, thanks, Professor. We have time for, I think, one question, one or two. So let's start with the Zoom. Ernest.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the question. Thank you, Professor Lushan. Very, very impressive presentation. In the industry, typically I'm a quality engineer from the long career in the industry. What is called communication, collaboration, and connection is actually tied in together. And the reason for this questions, you mentioned the entropy and you mentioned the cooperation, okay, multiplied together brings actually the best result. We know actually that the nature development is from still vegetative, animative to human level, and the human development is the connection on the top or highest level actually should bring actually to one global connection. Can you foresee any situation, like for example, like promoting the methodology of the round tables, okay, and to see well how actually human collaboration in different circles. It was beautiful presentations regarding the family, regarding society, industry, science, the workplaces everywhere. How this can bring us to a better world, to fix or repair or to bring come to the point that actually the global leadership we realize and acknowledge that we are really able to make it. We are able to make it through a roundtable and not through wars. Can you see what is your opinion regarding this one?
Thank you. Thank you, Ern. Thank you. Beautiful. It's a beautiful question. I do believe that a round table is kind of a good analogy. It's like when I was a child, I loved the Arthurian fables of King Arthur and the knights. And the idea was that despite having a king, he would sit at a table equal with the folks that care about the kingdom. And I think this is a model that I've seen sort of, evolve in the microscopic states that I've studied. So we have matrices, we have scaffolds, we have these units that when very small materials encounter them, essentially they work around these materials in a way to engender a very beautiful result, right? Meaning, like if I put in a system of, say, dirt and water in these scaffolds, and I won't go into the chemistry but just general, these things organize, and they're chaotic. It's all chaotic, but they organize everything in a way that makes it beautifully whole. We get, a unity that is amazing. And at the macro level, like you're asking, Ernest, I think what has to happen is that we have to recognize our common goal, right? How do we as humans say, what do I want? What is it that I want to see happen, instead of, saying I know best, right? Like if there was one molecule that said this is the way to do it, the whole system would collapse, right? But molecules behave according to the environment they're put in, and humans really don't, well, unless the intention is there, right? Unless the directive, the object is there. And that's what I think is lacking in today's organizations and political governments is, what do we want that is really ultimately going to benefit all of us? I think, as an earlier speaker said, what are the benefits? How do we quantify them for everyone so that everyone can say, that's great, let's do it. And if we could get to that point where we objectify a common goal, I think we're very close to peace. I think war will be a thing of the past.
Okay, we have a lot of questions and we're also out of time, but we're going to provide time for a couple more. But before that, I've just learned that when I have a stupid question, maybe others also have that question. So I just wanted to ask, first of all, did I understand correctly that entropy leads to connection?
Great question, John. Yes, I know that sounds ridiculous, but we actually wrote a paper on it, and we showed that it does. It does. I mean, at the molecular level, of course, but I think at the macro level, I wrote a proposal. Actually, this is for Ephraim to go to Israel to do this study in a more in-depth level. And I believe it does. Yeah. It's not a silly question. It's a great question.
Okay, even without the macro level, on the even on the microscopic level, could you just summarize real quick, like to a fifth grader, like how does that? Because I understood it to be the opposite.
Right. So what we've generally at the micro level, things are generally governed in sort of like organization by heat, temperature, energy. But what we found is that in spaces, really tiny spaces that would tend to create disorder, right? What we find is those spaces that, and again, this is at very small levels, right? We're talking like a billionth of a meter, right? So a billionth of a meter. What we find at that space is that things start to order. It's unusual, and it's really, again, we studied this through the phenomenon of water, and it's water that does this. I don't know what else is there, but water starts to order at these very chaotic spaces where you would get all kinds of, you know, like whirlwinds, this, you know, crazy like waterfall behavior. They start to organize. And we're still studying it. We don't understand how it works essentially, but we know that it does work, that water starts to organize itself in these chaotic spaces, and it forces everything else around it to order. So like when I said that example of dirt, what happens is that dirt is then basically put in a different part of the environment so that it is organized, and then the water is organized, and so everything is organized, and it shouldn't be that way, but it is. It's very bizarre. And again, we're studying it very in depth because I think it has a lot of implications for chemistry and physics. But, you know, I looked at it, you know, because of this unique environment we're in, as a way to describe how we could say, hey, chaos could lead, or at least, you know, if the environment seems chaotic, it could lead to order if we have the high cooperativity. And that's the spaces that I see at the molecular level. These spaces are the high cooperativity because basically they force the system to say, how do we work together to, you know, continue to be whatever we want to be? So I don't know if that answers your question, Johnny, but that's the best I could do for fifth grade level.
Yeah, it does. Great. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Professor Eliav.
Thank you very much, dear Lucian, for really great presentation. Well, I have a small question. We know how to measure entropy in a system, but can you please explain how to measure cooperativity? Is it some kind similar to the potential energy of interaction, whatever? How do you think? What can we do in this?
That's actually a powerful question, Professor. It's something that in my community, I can't take full credit for it. I have a colleague in my department here at State, Jim Martin, who has really pushed it hard. It's an idea where, you know, scientists since, I guess, the 17th century all the way through have looked at gas states, like they've looked at non-condensed media. So the idea that things are in isolation. So all of our laws and theories in science seem to focus on individualized states, that there is, you know, we look at a molecule and then we derive an equation. And if there's any, you know, like, oh, this doesn't work, they make some fudge factors. But what my colleague, who's a physical chemist, has said, hey, why don't we look at an ensemble? Look at all the molecules. They're all going to somehow make some contribution. And so I've been studying that. So the idea of cooperativity is, without getting too crazy, geeky, is like icing. Like you go from water, which is a disordered state, right? Everything, you know, water molecules, to ice where they start to stack. And so we're looking at that. That's kind of the cooperativity that we're looking at, is that you've got an opportunity because of the way, you know, say water looks like, for it to start to stack. And so we're studying how it stacks in these high entropy states, how it because that's really our only handle right now is how do we, look at how water stacks and then how things in it, how they stack. And so that's what we're studying is, and you can look at that through, I guess, some sophisticated techniques like NMR or light, seeing how these things sort of like X-ray crystallography, how they start to look together when they're put together. So it's really a very strange kind of phenomenon, but because it doesn't really fit with what the 17th through 21st century physics chemistry says. So I think, and I give him credit. I think that if this continues to be a breakthrough, as I think it is, I told him, I told him at some point, I said, because of your work, which I really believe in, I think I can apply it to humanity. And, that was the proposal I sent to you, Ephraim.
Okay, next question is from Alex here in the Zoom. Go ahead, Alex.
Да, спасибо большое за интересный доклад.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I would like
Thank you
to
for the
ask in
perfect
the same
presentation. I'm
direction
going
as the
to
tribe.
ask within the same realm as Professor Eliev. I wanted to say we understand that entropy is basically chaos. If we consider elements which are interacting in a chaotic state, we can imagine that as a result they will achieve some structured interaction, some organized manner of cooperation. Is there any kind of modal system that could describe the transition? For example, there is Brown motion. We start to organize some systemic interaction between molecules and this Brown motion, and they converge into an organized system. Is there a modal that describes that, or is it just an idea?
No, it's beautiful. Thank you, Professor Averbach. So I have to give credit where it's due. There's a model called transition zone theory, which essentially encapsulates that. If you want to look it up, again, it's Dr. Martin. As you said, in Brownian motion, the idea is that you've got, a lot of colloidal, system. You have a colloidal system where everything is, all over the place, right? And as you impose some stress on it, like through the environment, what happens is things start to sense, and I don't like that word too much at the molecular level because it's very strange, but the molecules recognize where they are. So as you start to compress it, as you start to force it to come together, they start to organize in ways in this chaos, right? Because they're forced to get together in ways that leads to the minimization of stress or energy. It's very, very interesting. So this transition zone theory is very beautiful in showing how you can now get new assemblies that are ordered from the chaos. It's very, very, very strange. And again, I think in physics, it offers a new insight into understanding the power of entropy as an organizing force, which is not like Gianni said, it's not something you would go, oh, that makes sense. But, what we've studied with water, yeah, it's working. But you have to invoke cooperativity, the idea that every molecule in that state is important. It's just not a few at the front, at the interface or that are active. It's every molecule has a role, which to me is a very beautiful thing. It's a very beautiful thing.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor Lucia. We're going to move on. Sorry we couldn't get to all the questions. And we said in the beginning that we're in an integral reality where the disciplines are all interconnected. So we're going to shift now from the structure of interaction to to one of the most subtle and powerful languages of human connection, which is art. We're honored to welcome Miss Lana Konkova and Miss Natalia Mavrina. They're educators, musicians, psychologists working in the intersection of art, perception, and human connection. Their work explores not only expression, but as a unifying language, it expresses art not only as expression, like we're used to, but as a unifying language, a medium through which coherence, awareness, and connection can be restored in a fragmented world. Today, they invite us to rediscover art as a universal connection, from division to conscious perception. Ladies, the floor is yours.
Спасибо большое. Приветствуем вас, уважаемые друзья, коллеги.
Thank you, everyone, and good evening to everyone. Our team represents the Department of Culture and Art, and we're going to speak about art as a universal connection, a path to conscious perception. We invite you to take a look at art as a specific technology of achieving connection, a connection that has been lost with time, perished, but can be restored at a conscious level. We represent the Department of Integral Art and Culture, and we dedicate ourselves to restoring the integral structure of the art. And we are exploring the world where the spirit, the art, and the sane are connected all together, and where a human being stops being just a separate human being, but becomes an integral part of the society. We would like to ask to show the slides if they are available.
Mario, could you please switch the presentation? Could you please switch the presentation?
Oh, I received a message that another person was going to share the slides. It was a message from Sergey. I'll put the slides up.
Okay. Небольшая заминка со слайдами.
Thank you. Next.
Так, дайте, пожалуйста, права Свете, потому что здесь неправильный текст идет.
We ask to give Svetlana the rights to share her screen.
Mario, please switch off the presentation, and Svetlana Tukubaeva, please switch on your screen. Пожалуйста, Светлана, включите вы презентацию.
Can she raise her hand so I can give the permission?
Пожалуйста, Светлана, поднимите свою руку, и вам дадут возможность сделать презентацию. Окей. Светлана?
I found a Svetlana and gave it the permissions. I hope it's the right one.
Yes.
Ah, perfect.
Спасибо. Итак, цели и задачи презентации.
The goal of this presentation is to trace the evolution of art's primary function, the function of connection, and to propose a method for its conscious restoration. Our hypothesis is that modern alienation from art is not a consequence of our unpreparedness, but the result of the historical loss of two fundamental dimensions, which we will call the vertical and horizontal axes of connection. We will travel along a map from the point of unity to the present day, examine the dead ends we have reached, and offer you a tool that may serve as a bridge to a new quality of perception. So ask yourself the simple question, why do you need art? Not for broadening your horizons, not for intellectual prestige, but truly, deeply. So giving an answer, an honest answer, is not easy. We know everything about context, history, and price, but a direct, living answer eludes us. What does the feeling of awkwardness come from? Where? We are like guests at a grand festival where everyone speaks a forgotten tongue. Our hypothesis is this: we have lost the ability to hear the original, deep voice of art, a voice that sounded long before words appeared. Paleontological evidence tells us that art is older than speech. Rhythmic sounds, dance, and images on cave walls appeared long before humans learned to speak in full sentences. This poses a paradox for evolutionary theory. Why expend enormous energy on activities that do not directly aid survival? The answer can only be one. It was vital. It served a function more fundamental than the exchange of information. This was proto-art, and it connected people into a group, synchronizing their states. This is what we call the horizontal axis. And it connected the group to something that transcended the sacred, the spirits of nature. This is the vertical axis. Today, we possess highly complex language and technologies, yet we feel like strangers at the feast. Language has grown more complex, but the connection that art once provided has been severed. Our entire journey ahead is a voyage along this map. We will see how a single ritual campfire, where everyone was a participant, gradually fragmented. First into many separate hearths and fireplaces, serving different social groups. Then intermediaries appeared, critics, museums, the market, who positioned themselves between the person and the work of art. Then art tried to cry out directly through feeling, but that cry turned out to be a solitary one. And finally, in the 20th century, art became a giant laboratory where the holistic experience was disassembled into parts to understand how it works. Today, we are the heirs of that laboratory, living in a world of total digital fragmentation. Let us establish the starting point. In the primordial ritual, there were no spectators, there were participants. Dance, drums, cave paintings, flickering in torchlight. This was a collective portal to the spirit world. In ancient theater, 10,000 people together passed through catharsis, living the fates of heroes as their own. And in Gothic cathedral, a person found themselves inside a total environment where architecture, light, sound, and scent worked together, dissolving the boundaries of the individual self. This was not cultural leisure, it was a technology for assembling community and connecting with the sacred. Art here was action, shared breath, the warmth of a single fire, around which there were no outsiders. The Renaissance shifts the focus from heaven to earth. The artist transforms from an anonymous craftsman into a creator. An art begins to speak new languages. At court, it is the language of power. A formal portrait speaks not of eternity, but of social hierarchy, of who is who. In the home of a wealthy burgher, it is the language of prosperity. The Dutch still life, with its loving attention to the textures of material things, affirms the value of earthly goods. Even theater, gathering both aristocrat and commoner under its roof, is forced to mix tragedy with farce. It becomes a horizontal mirror of society, but loses the vertical connection to the heavens. Music, likewise, becomes secular, splitting into the country ceremonial and the intimate. Connection ceases to be universal. It becomes targeted, social, contextual. The shared campfire breaks into many separate lanterns. The next decisive rupture occurs during the Enlightenment. Art, like everything else, is summoned before the tribunal of reason. Aesthetics is born as a philosophical discipline, and a new key figure emerges, the critic. Diderot, in his salons, explains to the public precisely what and how they ought to feel. The direct channel between work and person is interrupted by an intellectual construct. At the same time, the art market is born. In 1766, Christus opens, and a masterpiece acquires a firm price tag. It becomes an asset, an investment instrument. Its value is determined no longer by its ability to move the heart, but by the artist's name and provenance, the history of its ownership. And finally, the museum, this new temple of reason, completes the process. The Louvre displays masterpieces removed from their natural settings. An icon that was once a window into the divine becomes a monument of ancient Russian culture. In literature, the critical tradition also takes root, and with the flourishing of printing and copywriting, a writer's success comes to be measured by print runs and royalties. In music, with the rise of sheet music publishing, a composition can now be dissected bar by bar without hearing a single note, with harmonic progressions studied as a mathematical puzzle. Connection becomes a service provided by connoisseurs and the market. The natural reaction to the call of analysis and the market approach was the revolt of feeling. The Romantics sought truth in the personal shock of encountering nature, or the music of Beethoven. The realists sought it in empathy for another's fate, in detailed testimony about the lives of ordinary people. The literature of Dickens and Zola plunged the reader into social and psychological depths to awaken their conscience. And expressionist painters like Edvard Munch in his The Scream attempted to make emotion the direct material of art. Mary Wigman's dance was a bodily cry, striving to transmit raw affect. This was a great and honest attempt to establish a direct personal-to-personal connection, bypassing all intermediaries. But it revealed its weakness, emotion stripped of shared context, and a common vertical axis, proved fragile to single use. Recognition in pain gives a momentary sense of community, but it does not answer the question, what do we do with the pain? Where does it lead us all? And then 20th century art performed an act of ultimate honesty. It said, we can no longer pretend that we share a common language. Instead, let us take apart all our experience and understand what it is made of. This was a giant laboratory. The first lab technicians were not painters, but a composer and a writer. Schoenberg proclaimed the emancipation of dissonance and created the 12-tone system, a rigorous framework for music after tonality. James Joyce in Ulysses did the same with language. The stream of consciousness was a research protocol of the psyche's working. workings, in which world and image became objects of close observation. Jackson Pollock explored the pure energy of the body, leaving on canvas the trace on his dance. Dali dissected the unconscious, creating exquisitely precise models of dreams. Malevich pushed the analysis of form to absolute zero in Black Square. Marcel Duchamp, by exhibiting a urinal in a gallery, showed that the author need not be a creator, but rather someone who selects and places an object in context. And Warhol explored how meaning and value are produced by media and the market. By the end of the century, we had a complete catalog of parts and a precise understanding of the mechanisms of perception. But the main question remained open. How do we reassemble a living whole from these parts? And so we find ourselves today in a situation that has only intensified this fragmentation. Free laws of the digital environment are now in effect. Dematerialization, art becomes information. Hypersegmentation, everyone lives in their own cultural bubble. And the imperative of instant resonance. What matters is not what is deep, but what quickly hits. Under these conditions, the legacy of the 20th century laboratory, the ability to precisely target individual registers of perception, proves more in demand than ever. Contemporary art, in order to be noticed, is compelled to strike precisely, addressing not the whole person, but their individual buttons. Let us look at 5 key strategies of such targeted impact and see their inevitable dead ends. The first method is bodily shock. Damien Hirst, with his shark in formaldehyde, strikes directly at the nervous system, bypassing consciousness. It works without fail, but only once. The shock dissipates, leaving behind only numbled sensitivity. This is not a dialogue, it is an electric jolt. The second method is confession. Tracy Emin puts her unmade bed on display, documents of her depression. It touches, it produces recognition. My God, I've been there too. But this strategy often closes itself within a circle of shared pain, without asking the next question: why do we all hurt so much? What is the fabric of the world generates this pain? What in the fabric of the world generates this pain? The possible healing stops at mere acknowledgement. We learn to delight, to take this pain as delight. The third method is the intellectual game. The complex paintings of Peter Doig demand erudition from the viewer, knowledge of the codes of art history. The pleasure of deciphering is an intellectual analog of catharsis. Often the curatorial text describing the artwork begins to play the main role. Any gesture can be declared a masterpiece if it is placed in the right context. This produces absurdities, as in the well-known case of the empty room, when an installation was forgotten and left uninstalled. The accompanying wall text was enough for the public to accept the empty space as a finished work. The fourth method is the slogan. Art is as political action. Banksy creates images that live not on walls, but on ripostes in the news cycle. It is powerful and timely, but the price is dependence on the moment. Such art speaks to us as citizens, but rarely finds words for the lonely person at 3 in the morning who asks not about politics, but about death, love, and time. Finally, the fifth and rarest method, a hint of meaning. A hint of meaning. Oliver Eliasson, in The Weather Project, created not an object, but an environment. A giant sun, mist, a mirrored ceiling. People lay on the floor for hours, silent, talking, simply being. There was no message here. A container for silence had been created. Environments as pointers are created. as James Turrell does. They do not act upon us directly. They shape the conditions in which we ourselves may discover something new within us. But the fact that such works are perceived as exceptions only underscores the sad norm. Art capable of deep connection has become a great rarity. And so we have traveled the path from ritual unity through the great disintegration to detailed analysis. The diagnosis has been made, the map drawn. And here, an encouraging conclusion awaits us. We now have everything needed for reassembly. A complete catalogue of the elements of human perception, an understanding of their mechanisms, and the technologies for creating complex environments. The task is no longer to intuitively serve the sacred or reflect the social. The task is to consciously design a new architecture of connection. Healing lies in restoring art's dual heartbeat. The vertical axis connects us to what is greater than ourselves, and the horizontal axis connects us to one another. So now we want to ask our colleagues to share their experience. Hello, everyone. My name is Svetlana Tokubayeva. I'm a teacher. Once I have led a choir, and in the choir there were two women near one another. One of them was self-taught. She could sing, but she was not professional. She had a weak voice. Another one was a professional, and when they were singing together, the unprofessional singer felt as if her voice was very strong. It was flying so high and so far. She was so impressed by her own sound. She joined and then adhered to the voice of her friend and became part of this beauty. But at the moment when she was not conscious about it at the moment. She perceived the beauty of her voice as her own. And once her friend, who was a professional singer, fell ill. And the unprofessional friend who was left could not do anything. She felt lost. She felt at a loss, and this is how we discovered that togetherness or cohesion is not just a way to add to each other. It is a way to animate each other, to become living. Because without this cohesion, just nothing is possible. And now I pass on to Evgenia.
Евгения, микрофон.
Okay, we will wait for Evgenia, and meanwhile we can keep going with our presentation.
Пожалуйста, Ярослава, продолжай.
Ярослава.
Ярослава, не слышно тебя.
Yaroslava, we
Не
can
получается
hear you.
включить.
She's failing to turn on her microphone.
Хорошо, тогда, друзья, мы продолжаем.
Okay, we'll go on. We'll keep going.
Резюмируя все вышесказанное, для восстановления связи через искусство
So to summarize the above, we propose a very simple yet, as we believe, effective tool. We must abandon the main question that blocks us. What does this mean? This question immediately turns us into supplicants before an expert, students seeking the correct answer. Instead, we ask a different living question. What connections are being born here? And we unfold it in three directions corresponding to three levels of our experience. First, what does this awaken in me? Not what does it mean, but what happens to my body, to my emotions? What memory does this resurrect? This is the restoration of connection with oneself. Second, what is happening between us? Do I feel the presence of others in this space? Is there a shared field, a shared breath, or am I isolated? What is the quality of this connection? This is the horizontal axis. And third, what does this give rise to between us? And what is greater than us? To what simple and vast question about time, death, love, beauty does this lead me? What state of silence or questioning remains in me? This is the restoration of the vertical axis. This simple shift in attention changes the roles of all participants. The artist ceases to be a demiurge descending from the mountain with stone tablets. They become a facilitator, guiding our attention, an architect of the environment. They bring not a ready-made meaning, but the very possibility of its birth, a precise gesture, a pure form, a situation that may become a channel to a new dimension. The viewer ceases to be a consumer, evaluating like it or don't like it. They become a co-participant. They bring their own living attention, their readiness to feel and respond. The work of art ceases to be an object. It becomes a fire, illuminating a new space, a field for encounter, for new possibilities of inner events and meanings. Friends, we began this journey as a campfire in a cave, where art was inseparable from shared breath, prayer, and survival. We saw how that fire broke apart into thousands of lonely candles, how it was studied under a microscope and disassembled into atoms. But art is far more complex than a museum exhibit or entertainment. It is the most ancient technology of connection. It is a bridge built from both sides. And today we stand on the threshold of a new synthesis. Integral art is an attempt to consciously, with the full weight of knowledge, build the shared fire anew. To kindle the flame of that very connection that is older than words. Its warmth is the goal of our journey. Such authentic magic is what the modern integral approach to art is capable of. Thank you for your attention. We apologize for some technical inconsistencies, and we look forward to your questions. We ask Evgenia and Yaroslava to get their microphones turned on.
Thank you, ladies. I didn't know I was going to love that presentation.
Johnny.
It's easy to look at Netflix, for example, and see that that's a reflection of our inner world, but you need a lot more depth and understanding to see it reflected across centuries. So thank you for that. That was fascinating. And we have time for a couple of questions. Let's start with any questions that we have in the Zoom. Raise your hand if you have a question. If not, we'll go to our social media.
Есть вопрос в чате.
We have a question on the chat.
Okay, how can we integrate art into the integral building of connections? That's the question.
Ну, я бы могла немножко начать, а
I
подруги...
think I could start, and the friends will join me.
Дело в том, что вот, чтобы
As a matter of fact,
интегральную связь,
in order to feel the integral nature of connections,
один молится, другой поет.
imagine one is praying, another is singing, a third one is, I don't know, feeling. And if we are talking about the possibility to feel one universal space, we have to feel that we are attracted by something single, something universal. And art has the mission of creating that single attractor. Lana says, I will add, in this presentation, we have asked a number of questions for the reader, for the listener, to allow the listener to enter the space, the inner space of reflection, of thought. And in the same way, the artists are responsible for setting the questions through their art, because their art will be perceived in the context of these questions. The artist is responsible for thinking, for deciding what questions his or her art will raise in the viewers.
Okay, thank you. And another question from social media. You talk about the vertical. It sounds beautiful, of course, but we people have different ideas about this more. What one goes to church, another to the forest, a third doesn't believe in anything at all. How can art possibly unite us all under one vertical? Isn't it just a pretty wrapper, while in reality, everyone comes up with their own?
Да, ну, наверное, начну. Конечно,
I
очень
will
важно,
start. Natalia
мы
says,
все понимали, что мы все разные.
well, it's important for us to understand that everybody is unique, everybody is special, and if we and everybody should be provided a space of their own. And the trick is to allow each of us to be who they are, and understand that each one is different, each one is unique. But at the same time, we are creating a common space where everyone can self-actualize, becoming bigger through connection between us. Free up some space near oneself in order to allow everyone else be there. Lana adds, there is no such mission as to gather everyone under one vertical. But if a person finds strength and motivation to take even just one step beyond their normal perception that they are accustomed to, that is already a success. That is already an achievement of art. Personally, as a person, I can stand in front of a blank wall, let's say, a white wall, and ask myself questions. Ask myself deep questions standing in front of a wall. But art it aims at helping us transcend the standard perception. And to ask those questions, Natalia says, I will add something else. I remember that when I was a little girl, me and my family, we attended different events like spectacles at the theater. And the people around me, the strangers, they were just strangers. I had nothing to do with them at the beginning. But after the show, I used to feel them differently. I felt they are part of my family. They are my friends. I didn't do anything for that. I didn't exert for that to happen. I just was listening to the music, watching the show, and after the event, I felt and I understood, I was conscious of the fact that it's art that is connecting us. It is, let's say, music that has connected us. And I think it's not only music, it's art as such in general that is created to tell us who we are, that we are actually one.
Thank you, ladies, for that wonderful presentation. We need to move on, and we're going to go to our next presenter. It's my pleasure to welcome Grigory Notkin. Mr. Notkin is an electronics engineer and developer of medical devices who served as chief designer of computerized diagnostic medical systems in Kiev, Ukraine. Now retired, he continues his scientific inquiry, exploring fundamental questions about the structure of the universe and the conditions that enable life to emerge. Today, he invites us into a profound question: unique features of the solar system, chance or purposeful development? Please join me in welcoming Mr. Notkin.
Да, спасибо, спасибо,
Thank
дорогие.
you. Thank you.
Ну, я не могу сначала не сказать пару слов эмоций.
Well,
Наполняют
I
такие
should
доклады
start
пониманием,
by
такие глубокие
sharing my emotions.
в разных сферах интегрального развития нашего.
And
Все доклады
these
говорят
presentations
общую
that
картину. Такой вызывает
has been made today,
внести
they
большую лепту
help us. They give us a broader view of our evolution, of the meaning, of the deep meanings that we are living. And I want to share today my observations of uniqueness of our universe, of our planetary system. I will now open my presentation and we will start. Last year, I presented a keynote speech on tropical principles that make the evolution of human society as a connected system. And today I want to continue with showing the unique features of the solar system and raise the questions about the presence of a thought behind its creation and its functioning. I will now open the slides. I hope you can see them. Unique features of the solar system. Chance or purposeful development.
Случайность или целенаправленное развитие. Ну, такие будут разделы. Я кратко перечислю. Галактическое
So below you can see the table of context. The galactic placement of the solar system, the sun as the star with a stable state and with longevity, the role of Jupiter, the role of moon, the ideal distance of Earth from the sun, the motion of Earth and its climatic system, and the systems of circulation of materials and energy, the unique composition of Earth, and the surface of our Earth. So the uniqueness of our solar system is raises the question about whether this coincidence, whether it's a coincidence, this composition of uniquely favorable factors for our development, or is it the result of thought? The scientists point out that this unique convergence of features in our solar system and on our planet is so rare that it hints about the intentional or guided creation of the system. The galactic placement of the social system. Our solar system is uniquely placed within our galaxy, meaning the Milky Way. It cannot be placed this way by chance. The solar system is situated about 26,000 light years from the galactic center in the galactic habitual zone. Closer to the center of the galaxy, the conditions are very detrimental and inhabitable. There are black holes, there are conditions that make the appearance of life impossible. The parts of the galaxy that are farther from where we are situated are also detrimental. It's too cold, it's too hard to for a life to get incepted. So we are our solar system finds itself and the sun finds itself in the place where its cycle around the center of galaxy is about 700 it has made 700 circles around the center of galaxy throughout its life, and the sun spends most of the time in a space where it easily avoids collisions with other celestial bodies, but they happen from time to time, and one of them led to the catastrophe that led to the disappearance of dinosaurs. But at the same time, that catastrophe led to the birth of new forms of life, including the appearance of mammals and, as a result, the appearance of human beings. And this again hints that this process is guided. It is in some way intentional. The next slide, the sun, a star with unique characteristics. This is a sun with a stable state and with unique characteristics. First of all, longevity. The sun has been around for 4.6 billion years already. The sun's characteristics are especially beneficial and favorable for the inception of life. It belongs to the G2V class. This is a yellow carlic, as it is called. Only 7% of stars in the galaxy are like that, and most of the stars live much less time, which doesn't allow time for life development. These yellow little stars, like our sun, exist for a short period of time, and most of these stars create very little planetary systems where planets are very close to the star, and so no life is possible on those planets. Our sun is unique in that, on the one hand, it is a long-living star. On the other hand, the planets around it are far enough from the star for the climate on the planets to be favorable for life to appear. The forming of the planets. The planets are formed from the clouds of gas and dust around the sun, and driven by the forces of gravitation, gravity, they squeeze down into what becomes planets, and they go through a series of states before they become a planet. Planetesimal and planet embryo is called. Now, in our solar system, we have eight principal planets. The Earth group consists of four planets. These are Mercury, Earth, Venus, and Mars. And the second group is gas giants: Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus. Pluto is disputed. It is not 100% a planet. It's considered sometimes a planet and sometimes a different type of body whose orbit is too divergent for it to be called a normal planet. Jupiter is the fifth planet from the Sun. This is the biggest planet of the solar system. It is between Saturn and Mars. Its planetary mass is 2.5 times more than the sum total of the mass of the rest of the planets in the system. Jupiter circles the Sun within 11.8 years. It has hundreds of satellites, the biggest of them being Europe and some others. Jupiter is the custodian of the solar system. With its gravity, it attracts a lot of meteors, and it protects the rest of the planets, including Earth, from it. It also participated in driving water to our Earth at the beginning of its formation. It participated in enriching our Earth with necessary minerals and elements. Without Jupiter, Earth could stay dry, toxic, and catastrophes would be incessant without Jupiter. Catastrophes on Earth would be incessant without Jupiter. Moon, the quiet custodian of life. Moon serves to stabilize the Earth's axis. Moon was formed very soon after the forming of the Earth, and as a result of collisions of the Earth with meteors, the Moon was formed. A part of the Earth's matter was parted from it and transformed into a separate planet, into satellite. So there's one more theory about the Moon being formed from the part of the Earth's mantle, but it's disputed. So the Moon helps the Earth to stabilize its axis. Without Moon, this axis would be switching from 0 to 80 degrees every now and then, which would produce dramatic changes in constant dramatic changes. For example, on Mars, who doesn't have this kind of satellite, these changes are happening, and they are leading to dramatic changes and chaotic changes in climate on that planet. Also, the moon creates tidal motions of Earth and mix of water, and moves the water on Earth, mixes it, and helps to stabilize and regulate the composition of waters on the Earth's Earth's surface. Also, it helps to slow down the spinning of the Earth, which also helped the life to get incepted and to develop on the Earth's surface. Earth is ideally distanced from the Sun. Earth's orbit is up to 152 Ophelias from the Sun, and this Earth is moving across the habitual zone around the Sun, the zone where the water can exist as a liquid. This zone, this area is called Golden Flock, after an American story, a fairy tale, and there's the extension of Earth's orbit from the Sun is almost round. It is stabilized. In comparison with Mars, it is much more round. For example, Mars's orbit is much more elliptical around the Sun, and the creation and this circular nature of the orbit also helps to stabilize the climatic conditions on the Earth's surface. And without these conditions, the Earth would be similar to Venus, because its oceans would be evaporized and would be flying as clouds instead of being liquid. And if the Earth were a little farther from the Sun, it would just freeze down, and again, no water could exist as liquid. So the Earth's orbit has been stable for centuries and centuries and centuries. This stability of orbit helps to stabilize the climate on Earth. The spinning of the Earth and the climatic system. The Earth makes a circle around the Sun within 24 hours. This ensures the change from night to day, from day to night. On Venus, for example, one day is 238 Earth days. It is spinning too slowly. Jupiter is spinning very fast, like 10 hours. A day on Jupiter is 10 hours long, and the Earth is spinning very not too fast and not too slow, which also allows for sustained climatic conditions throughout the day. It doesn't provoke too heavy winds, and it doesn't allow everything to freeze at night. The systems of circulations of matter and energy. First of all, the atmosphere and the oceans accept 70% of the sun energy. It is much more than on Venus. This difference is not by coincidence. It is a result of the work of a very complex system of regulation. The oceans dissolve CO2 50 times more effectively than the atmosphere. The organisms that live in the oceans use this CO2 to produce their biomass, and then they create crystallized materials, and also the seismic activity on our Earth, the activity of volcanoes and earthquakes create the necessary rhythm of regulation of the conditions on our planet. Also, there is a hydrological cycle. The hydrological cycles on the Earth's surface create the circular motion of the water, which gets evaporated from the oceans and gets transported by the clouds to the places where it then falls as a rain and helps to dissolve mineral materials, and these mineral materials then get into the ocean. This is the process of erosion, where water dissolves, for example, carbonate materials. They get dissolved, and with the water they get down. They get into the rivers and flow into the ocean, back into the ocean. Also, the conditions that exist on Earth for photosynthesis, and the process of photosynthesis, allows the Earth to regulate itself, because this is how the Earth's surface is being filled with oxygen, with a stable oxygen that can be perceived, that can be used by animals to live. And the enrichment of the atmosphere with oxygen is what allowed the organisms to leave the water at some stage in the evolution, and start breathing with the air. Also, it created conditions for the organisms in the water to get fed by the remnants of the organisms from the surface of the Earth. The unique composition of the Earth's structure. Ferrum or iron at the core, silicate mantle, and then silicon closer to the surface. So this is the basic composition of the planet. And the diameter of the planet is Sorry, it's too fast. And the size and the weight of the planet are perfect are ideal for the development of life on it. The gravity is enough, but not too strong, because a stronger gravity would hold the necessary elements too close to the center of the planet, and would not allow them to get to the surface, and would not allow them to be dissolved in the water and be used by the organisms. The surface of the Earth is self-regulated and stabilized, which makes it absolutely unique in comparison to other worlds. Our planet has been covered by oceans with blue water, continents with green plants, and mountains and so on. Our planet has like a million islands. It has a great diversity of climate zones. It is home for 8 to 7 million types of living creatures. All the other planets of our solar system are much more uniform. They are much less diverse. They look the same. Mars is all red, Moon is all white, Venus is all pink, and so on. The activity in those worlds are also uniform. They are all ice, or all fire, or all wind, or something else. Earth is a perfect combination of all. It's an interaction of various conditions in a perfectly balanced way. So this is the evidence of the contemporary science about the uniqueness of our world. So it's obvious that the solar system is atypical. It's absolutely unique, according to Gregory Laughlin, the planetologist from the University of California in Santa Cruz. It showed the research showed that the planet is absolutely unique. Its rarity is mathematically impossible, and most of other planets are placed on very long elliptic planets. Their orbits are placed in an unfavorable way for life to appear on those planets. All the conditions on those planets are not favorable for life to appear. Okay. I'll tell you the rest without slides. So the question that appears is whether there's whether this composition of favorable factors can be a coincidence. The presence of a perfect satellite like Moon, the presence of magnet fields favorable for the appearance of life, water, the presence of liquid water, and so on and so forth. Each of the factors that I mentioned today have their own probability of existence, but all these factors together, the probability of their existence, of their presence together, is so low
that this gives rise to a question whether we have won a lottery as a planet, or the creation of this planet has been guided by an intent of some consciousness. And if it was conscious, then what is the purpose? Why did the universe want to create this? One of the explanations is the lowering of the entropy in the universe. One of the explanations is that the universe wanted to bring some order into its structure. Because actually the appearance of the first galaxies and planets was also facilitated by the appearance of organized structure within the chaos after the Big Bang. The low entropy zones of the system are the zones where the appearance of life is theoretically possible. The Earth is the place of especially low entropy, and this is a place where the chaos of the information flow and the chaos of the chaotic factors are lowered in comparison with the rest, and the process of acquiring of new knowledge and the process of establishing of systems of interaction within the humanity, within the human society, is what also brings order into the system of into the global societal system, and lowers the entropy in our system. And there are conditions to this process. The conditions involve our learning to live a conscious life and in an integral system, conscious of our being a unified system that has to establish an organized, a peaceful interaction between ourselves.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's been very, very fast.
Fascinating presentation. I'm not sure what there could be to even ask after that. We just learned about everything from one end of the universe to the next. But let's see if we have any questions. First of all, any in the Zoom? If not, I know there are questions on social media. Okay, so let's start with social media. So our universe is
Нет,
doomed.
есть в зуме. Я извиняюсь. Значит,
There
как
are
вы
questions in
считаете,
Zoom.
есть ли жизнь на
One question
планетах
is,
других звездных систем?
what do you
Сколько
think?
реально их найти?
Is there life on
Вопрос
other
уже, видимо,
planetary
сколько
systems?
Наверное, 100 лет или больше.
Well, we have spent 100 years or longer looking for life on other planets. Theoretically, it is possible. Even in our galaxy, there are billions of planets, and there are hundreds of millions of galaxies like ours. So the appearance of life on our planets, on other planets, is theoretically possible. But even if life exists on a different planet, we would need millions of years to
even to share a signal, even to share some piece of information. So we should be focusing on how to make our Earth unique in terms of our life as human beings in harmony with the nature. So if we find other inhabited planets, then I guess they will be facing the same troubles as us. So our task today is to find a way to make our life on this planet more successful, more peaceful, and more organized without what we're going through now. So far so good. Maybe it's possible. So I would be focusing more on our planet rather than on considering whether it's possible beyond.
Okay, excellent. And we have a question from social media. They're saying our universe is destined for ever increasing entropy and declining cooperation. So, how can we as human beings ensure that our relationships do not follow the same pattern embedded in nature?
Вопрос вопросов. Для этого мы
This is a
здесь.
question of questions. That is why we are here, to find the answers to these questions. So chaos is growing. This is the second law of thermodynamics. We know this. We know that in our earthly conditions, the humanity is growing. It is getting older. Yes, it is considered that our humanity is its global consciousness is similar to that of an 11-year-old adolescent. But anyhow, we are slowly going through the process of shaping our global societal interconnections, hopefully, are bringing ourselves to the brink of extinction, to the brink of inevitable catastrophe, will make us make a switch and turn to and start working on establishing more organized connection between ourselves, not through uniformity, not through conformity, but rather through cooperation on top of diversity. So this process should be leading to lowered entropy. Thank you for your question.
And thank you, Professor Notkin. That was fascinating. And we need to move on to our next presentation. It's from Miss Amanda Green. Miss Green is a registered social worker, couples counselor, and author with over 25 years of experience supporting individuals and couples in transforming disconnection into meaningful, sustainable relationships. She is the creator of the Butterfly Blueprint, a systems-based approach that integrates emotional depth with practical tools for relational transformation. Today, she invites us to explore the Butterfly Blueprint, a systems model for transforming couples connection. Please welcome Miss Amanda Green.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. It's very exciting to be here today. Thank you to the organizers. And today I'll be speaking about the Butterfly Blueprint. This is a model for how couples can move from instinctive attraction to conscious connection. The central idea is simple. A couple is never just two people. There is also the relationship itself, the space between them. And when that space is cared for intentionally, it can become a place of healing, growth, and transformation for both partners. So I'll begin by walking through the 4 phases of the Butterfly Blueprint, and then I'll introduce the 7 principles that help couples move through this transformation in real life, Also, for each of those 7 principles, I'll refer to a case example. Maya and Jordan, a couple, a fictitious couple who are navigating a disagreement about whether to move into a bigger home or save that money and stay put where they are. So let's dive in on to the next slide. And the butterfly blueprint has 4 phases, which are listed there: the honeymoon, the caterpillar, the chrysalis, and the butterfly. And so let's just head right on into the honeymoon stage. This is well known by most people. We have this initial phase in our relationships where we call it the honeymoon phase. I like to refer to this phase as chocolate love, because when we first say I love you to a new partner, what we're really saying is I love you like chocolate. In other words, I don't really care for the chocolate. I love the feeling the chocolate gives me. It's sweet, it's satisfying, it's good for me. Same goes with a new partner. This is why I listed those words there, that a relationship with a new partner is based on instinct, it's pleasure-driven, it's conditional, self-focused, and temporary. Because the challenge is that when we stop feeling good, when it stops tasting yummy like chocolate, for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter what the reason is, but we say, I fell out of love and maybe I don't love you anymore. And this is when we enter the caterpillar phase, which is the next slide. And in the caterpillar phase, not only are we not feeling that same warm, fuzzy feeling, but now differences and polarities begin to surface between the partners. I've listed some there. There's really an infinite number of polarities that couples can encounter as they go through this caterpillar phase, but we all have heard of, like, my partner's extroverted, I'm introverted, or my partner spends more and I want to save for retirement, etc., etc. So in couples counseling, couples will just refer to this idea. It's like we don't feel like we're on the same page anymore. We're not really on the same team. There's these gaps between us, and some couples say there's chasms between them, great distances, and these distances and gaps start to feel threatening, and they don't know how to bridge them. And they get into explosive arguments or days of silence between them. And then they reach out for some help. So on the next slide, we see how when people come into counseling, they're typically arguing about things like money, sex, parenting, in-laws or extended family, and jobs around the house. Those are the kind of the big 5. And they get into repetitive arguments when they're trying to talk about their disagreements. I like to refer to this as the clash of the perspectives, because basically on that loop, one partner is one half of the loop, the other partner is the other half of the loop. And the more one partner gives their perspective, the other partner just kind of comes right back and gives their perspective. And we just kind of go back and forth. It's like this. No, it's like this. And it often lands as an attack when we present our perspective, and the other partner may get defensive and then do a counterattack. And we just go round and round and round. This is an infinity loop, and it is like an infinitely stuck cycle or dance, as a lot of counselors like to call it. So eventually, the cycle takes on this life of its own. It's this self-perpetuating feedback loop, and it divides the couple. I just put either or there because it's one or the other. Win-lose often. And both partners end up feeling dismissed, unappreciated, misunderstood, alone. Questions and doubts start to surface. Whose fault is this? Is it me? Is there something wrong with me? Is my partner just incapable of meeting my needs, maybe? Are we incompatible? Should we separate? Maybe it would be easier to get together with someone else. or maybe this just wasn't meant to be. So sometimes relationships do end. A lot of times they do end this way at this stage. But the butterfly blueprint points to another possibility. And this is heading to the next slide. And this is a turning point for couples because instead of asking only who's the problem in this situation, the couple begins to ask, what's happening between us here? They start to be curious and ask different questions like that one. So this is a major shift. And the old approach is self-protection at the cost of connection. And this new approach is consciously, I will repeat, consciously, deliberately focusing on building the connection between them. So each person's needs and experience still matter, but now the couple adds an additional focus. They include the relationship itself in what they're protecting. And this is called the chrysalis phase. So it's the intentional mindset shift where the couple starts to build the connection consciously instead of only reacting from instinct or being carried like in that honeymoon stage by hormones and nature basically pushing you together because it just seems good at the time. So when both partners do this, take on this new attitude, just like a caterpillar inside a chrysalis, synergy starts to happen. And what synergy means is that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And that's exactly what we see here. Well, with a caterpillar, we know what happens and that comes out of the chrysalis. We'll see that in a minute as well. But just on the next slide, we can see that this synergy produces something new, something greater. So the red circle represents one partner here in the couple. The blue circle represents the other partner. And when they intentionally build this connection between them, the circles begin to overlap. They're no longer just separate, like roommates or going through the motions of a relationship or just co-parenting or paying bills together or like surviving in this world. They're intentionally trying to connect in a deeper way. And the circles begin to overlap and something new appears, which is the relationship itself, the living space between them, the purple place. And purple, of course, is something neither of them could experience on their own. Red is red, blue is blue. And you don't get to have purple unless you want to do this great work and become a true couple. So on the next slide, I use the metaphor of a butterfly. Hence, the model is called the butterfly blueprint. And it's the same idea here where one partner is one set of wings. We can say the left set of wings, and the other partner is the other set of wings or the right set of wings. And the body of the butterfly itself is the living center. It represents the relationship. And this shared center emerges through their mutual conscious effort to care for the connection between them. So the two partners actually literally build this. It's not there and then takes two to tango, as the saying goes, but they build it when they choose to engage in this deep work together. And on the next slide, we just see again the butterfly phase. This is the last phase. It's a mature form of love. It's you can count on it. It doesn't kind of phase in and phase out and disappear and go with, I don't know, sort of the flavor of the week. So the connection between the partners becomes this living we, and it's a source of stability, resilience, security, and shared strength for both the partners. They become effectively interdependent, two distinct people with their own identities who rely on each other, but they don't lose themselves in the process. So the question becomes, how do couples actually build this kind of connection? And that brings us to the 7 principles of the butterfly blueprint, the practical ways couples learn to protect, nourish, and strengthen the space between them. So here we have the 7 principles. I'll read through them just to get started. They are to create space between you, 2, to nourish this new space, 3, to unite above conflict, 4, love your partner as yourself, 5, share embodied intimacy, 6, grow whole through one another, and 7, to spread connection. And we see there on the scales, we have Maya and Jordan. This is going to be our couple. And Maya wants to get a larger home. I've actually had this come up many times with couples, but Maya wants to get a bigger house for their growing family, and Jordan wants to preserve their financial breathing room and stay put where they are. So they are at odds with one another and don't know how to navigate those waters. So let's jump into the first principle on the next slide, which is create space between you. So the idea with this first principle is to catch yourselves in the stuck cycle before it catches you, because that's what'll happen, like getting caught in a spider web. It will divide you into 2 opposing sides, that I'm the right and you're wrong. And what we want to do is just to pause, just to slow down, interrupt what is not working, what we know will lead us down that rabbit hole of conflict and going to our separate corners and silent treatments and all those things. We know how it goes because we go over this cycle over and over and over. So we want to slow it down and just delay it even if we can. That is success. When both partners make even a small effort to step back from their automatic reactions, a new space begins to open between them, as you can see on the right, where there is the potential for something different to happen. And in our case example, for example, Maya might ease up on pushing her agenda to look for a bigger house. She might just rein it in a little. And Jordan might restrict his urge to push back and defend all the reasons they should stay put and save more. So neither of them has abandoned their position, but they are no longer drowning each other in the cycle. The new space between them acts like a flotation device. It keeps them afloat, keeps them going day to day, just even amidst, that disagreement, that tension that they feel about this issue that they're facing. So space by itself, of course, is not enough. And if we don't want to fill that space with something different, old patterns will just resurface and fill in that space. As we know that saying, nature abhors a void. So we don't want to leave it that way, which takes us to the next slide and the next principle, which is to nourish that space. The second principle is about nourishing the space between partners with something different. I don't know if you've ever heard the saying, probably not. It's a little quirky, but love is like a pet you have to feed every day. So the rationale is that you don't stop feeding your dog because you're upset or you're sick or you're tired. And you don't neglect your plants in your house because you're mad at them. Your relationship is the same. It's a living thing. And if you don't protect it and nurture it, it begins to wither. So sitting down beside your partner and asking them how they're doing would be an example of one of these small deposits of warmth, bringing home their favorite treat, giving them a little neck rub while they're sitting at their desk. These are like making small deposits into a shared emotional bank account. So Jordan might make Maya a cup of coffee in the morning, even though they'd argued about the issue the night before. And Maya might send Jordan a text during the day simply to say, I'm thinking of you with love. So these are very small gestures, but they matter. And they say, the difference that we're facing is real, but it's not the whole relationship, and we're not going to let it starve the connection between us. So nourishing the space also doesn't mean avoiding the conflict. Lots and lots of people love to avoid conflict. And I hate to even call it conflict because, like I said earlier, there's differences, there's polarities. It doesn't have to be called a conflict. It doesn't have to be a conflict, as we are going to see with the other principles. So we don't want to avoid it. We have to face it. But now what happens is the couple faces it together from a place of connection because they've made space, they were nourishing that space every day. And now we move on to the next slide, which is when they're going to choose to unite above the conflict. And this means that the couple faces the real issue together without letting the issue turn them against each other. So in this principle, the real enemy is the force of separation itself. We don't always think of that as a force, but we do experience like feeling repelled or feeling like, I don't know, pushed away somehow, like pushed away from one another, I guess, emotionally or physically. And so that is this force of separation that is at work. The pull toward division, the pull into blame, defensiveness, and that me versus you dynamic. Now, uniting above conflict is very, very different from people pleasing or peacekeeping or placating. So the conflict is seen and it's named and it's understood by both. And then the unity is built above it consciously because the connection is more important than that difference that they're facing. And this is how they both think about it, and this is how they both behave in relation to the conflict. So for Maya and Jordan, this means remembering their overarching goal. They want to have a family together. They do have a family together, and they want to continue to raise their children together and build their family. And this is what they have in common. They both want what's best for their family. They just see the path differently. Of course, we said Maya believes more space will support their family life better. And Jordan believes preserving financial stability will support their family life better. Both sound pretty good to me. So the work is not to erase the difference or cancel either perspective or pretend something doesn't matter that is being expressed. The work is to refuse to let that difference define the relationship or divide them from one another. They face that tension together, but from this place of connection between them. And to do that, each partner has to treat the other's perspective as important too, which takes us to the love your partner as yourself slide, principle number 4. And this principle is about equality of importance. So here's the idea. Basically, we all have this inner mechanism, and we all make calculations in life every moment. What feels good, what I want, what I like, what I'm drawn to, and what feels bad. I don't like it. I'm not drawn to it. It can be kind of like painful. So pleasures or pains. And the thing is, our partner has those experiences too. They're just different from ours. My calculations and my partner's calculations aren't the same, but the fact that we both make those calculations is the same for both of us. So all that we're saying here with love your partner as yourself is that you take your partner's pains and pleasures or likes and dislikes into account to the same measure that you take your own into account. So with Maya, she considers Jordan's need for financial security as important because it's important to him and she cares about him. She might take a look at the budget, understand the numbers, show him that what's important to him matters to her. And Jordan leans into understanding Maya's desire for more space. He's kind of curious about it. Maybe he asks some questions like, what does this mean to you? What do you want another room in the house? You want to do something in that room? Or like, what is the picture? And he shows openness and he shows care because it's important to her and he cares for her. this attitude of I'm going to care about what my partner cares about just as much as I care about the things that I care about. And when both partners have that attitude, it helps to bridge the gap. And each partner feels less alone. Each is carrying what's important to the other. Each partner is making room inside for the us and for each other and for the us and the we that they make. They're engaging in mutual consideration. So again, none of these principles is enough in and of themselves. They build on one another and they create a wholeness together, just as we're talking about today in this integral conference based on the integrality of humanity. So it's not enough though, just to know or understand that my partner cares. We want to feel it. We want to feel it in our bodies. We don't want to think it or believe it. And so this takes us to share embodied intimacy, principle number 5. Many couples struggle with intimacy, and intimacy is not just about having sex. It's about feeling close, both emotionally and physically. A couple can be in the same room, on the same couch, or even in the same bed, and still feel miles apart on the inside. And so that's not intimacy. The thing is, as we're saying about each of these principles, the couples need to learn how to build safety, trust, and even attraction, sexual energy or sexual tension between them more consciously. So love can be felt through touch, affection, sexual connection, getting to know your partner's pace, being present emotionally, physically, attuning to each other. So this is why this slide refers to safety in the body and touch without entitlement, which nobody welcomes, and presence without performance, with which nobody enjoys a feeling of having to perform. So we want to learn through this practice and this principle of sharing embodied intimacy that we can be close without pressure. We can have space without feeling hurt or rejected. And for Maya and Jordan, this might mean that they continue building physical and emotional closeness while the housing decision is still unresolved. Jordan might reach for Maya's hand during a walk to show, I'm here with you, even though we're working through something and there's a bit of tension. Maya might sit beside Jordan without pressing him to keep talking about it, showing I still want a closeness with you and I can respect you, just don't want to talk about this constantly. So as the safety grows, the differences are felt less as obstacles and threats and actually become opportunities for their mutual development, which takes us to principle number 6, to grow whole through one another. So what happens is that the gaps and the differences can become a place for growth for each partner. This is kind of like a big topic. We could spend a whole day on it. I could. But I'll just say to you that your partner is like a mirror for you, reflecting back at you where you have room to grow. So whatever that feedback is that your partner is showing you, maybe I'll speak for myself, maybe my partner is showing me I'm rigid or fearful or controlling or reactive. Again, there's infinite things we could put in there. But we want to kind of open up to this idea that our partner is actually helping us. These differences between us, these gaps we're experiencing are actually benefiting us beyond anything we could imagine, because they're giving us light into where we can grow. So before we rush to solve the problem, we can ask ourselves, curious, what is this difference revealing in each of us? And how might each of us grow through it? So, for example, Jordan's desire for financial security is important. The flip side is that maybe he tends to err on the side of caution all the time in life. Maybe he avoids risk, has trouble enjoying life when there's always another rainy day to prepare for. Maya's desire for more space also matters, and the flip side might be that she maybe moves too quickly with things or underestimates financial pressures or wants the feeling of expansion and enjoyment before fully considering the practical limits. So again, we see how what our partner is bringing to the table, which at first it feels like, I don't like this. This is not on the same page with me. I want my partner to bend so that they're going to do what I want. But if we take a different approach and have a different attitude and open up our hearts and minds to our partner, we can actually stretch and expand outside of our comfort zones and evolve and grow into more whole individuals and a more whole couple, a more balanced individual within myself, and a more balanced couple relationship. I can share a little quick personal example. Like in my own relationship, I tend to be the one who would spend on renovations or go on a trip or, spend money. My husband is retirement. Understandably, he wants to retire. I don't blame him. So, there can be a tug of war there a little bit of how the money gets spent. But I have to say, wow, I honored his desire to retire and I've saved consistently, etc. And guess what? Now I get to retire. And if it wasn't for his desire to save for retirement and planning and my willingness to be open to his desire, I probably would never get to retire because I would not organize that for myself. So I'm really happy that I took that approach. Likewise, my husband opens up to my desire to go on trips and do renovations. And when we're on a trip, he's often turned and said, "Thanks for organizing this." And he's happy to be there. He's happy to be doing it. And he would never organize that for himself either. So our lives become more whole. That's that purple part, that synergy. But it's a positive synergy. It's a life-giving synergy that happens. You become more, you expand, you grow, and life gets more flavors and colors than you thought you could have before. So just like the roots here and these trees become intertwined and supported by an underground network, partners can grow through one another, again, without losing their own identity. And when a couple takes on this new approach to navigating the various polarities they face, the resulting connection doesn't stay between just them. It spreads. And that takes us to our last principle, spread connection. So this is about becoming an example for others. As we know, emotions are contagious and connection is relationally contagious. It spreads through the atmosphere we create around us as couples, as families, and further on. I put all the way to countries there with an exclamation mark, that we can always hope for that too. So, for example, with Maya and Jordan, their children may not understand the housing market or the budget, but they do feel the atmosphere in the home. And they do notice whether disagreements turn into tension or silence, blaming or distance, or whether their parents can stay respectful and keep caring for each other and work things through without turning against each other. And who knows, one day maybe the kids are going to be playing and one wants to play a game and the other one wants to go outside. And they sort of have these echoes, this sense, hey, wait, there's something here. What about, what do you want to do? Oh, that's what you like. Oh, we got to include both somehow here and communicate and negotiate and care for one another and prioritize the connection between us above all else. And this is how connection spreads. The couple becomes a living example, showing others how to do it. So on the last slide, we just thought I would come back to Maya and Jordan. Did they buy the house? You all want to know. And guess what? Cliffhanger. Not going to say. But in a way, that is not the main point. At the end of the day, maybe they buy a bigger house. Maybe they don't buy a bigger house. Maybe they find a smaller upgrade, wait another year, renovate. Maybe they rent storage, change the budget, or just discover some other shade of gray between the black and white options. The real transformation is that the goal is no longer for Maya to win or Jordan to win at the other partner's expense. The goal is for the connection to win, and that connection includes both of them, so they do both win. It might seem like we didn't address this issue directly, but we did, just not in the old way, where couples go head to head until one person gives in, shuts down, or wins. The butterfly blueprint addresses the dilemma by changing the level or the perspective from which the couple approaches it. They're no longer asking, how can I get my way here? How can I get what I want, get my partner to do what I want? They're asking a different question. How do we face this difference in a way that protects us and strengthens us? That is the new way of the butterfly blueprint. Not avoiding the polarity, not collapsing into the conflict, but building a stronger we above it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Green. So we're going to provide an opportunity for questions, but I want to go ahead and summarize. This isn't my question, but it's kind of a summary of a few questions. Let's say that I'm a person, this may be a little out of left field, but let's say I'm a person who I've got it all together. I'm good looking, funny, I've got the whole package and could in theory enter a relationship at least up to the honeymoon phase with a variety of people, many people. I could find a lot of people with whom I could enter that stage of the relationship with. You describe a growth process and a level of maturity that perhaps could only be reached by the process you describe, where you see your partner as your mirror and that deeper work that you describe. Presumably, I start this work relatively naive because you're describing really mature, deep things. I need to really work on myself to reach those things. And maybe I could only do so in such a relationship where I reach what you're saying, I reach well into that relationship. So my question is then, how do I choose somebody with whom I could have such a relationship and make it past the honeymoon phase? I mean, does it matter who I choose, or I could reach that with just about anybody? How would you advise here?
It's important, right? It's important. We don't want to get into a relationship with the first person who walks by necessarily. It's also tricky because it's a tricky question to answer because, when we meet someone, we're just meeting them, and you don't get to know someone until you're already in it and getting to know them. And even you don't really get to know someone until you maybe live with them. And then it's like, wow, now we're living together. And it's like you're already in it knee deep or deeper. And then you're like, oh, well, I didn't know that. And oh, I don't feel good about this. And so it's a tricky question. On the one hand, I guess I want to answer on the one hand, and on the other hand, then I'm going to be on the fence. But on the one hand, if two people want to engage in this work, they can. And Even if you're one person and your partner isn't up to it, you can change the dance you do with your partner by changing your own steps in that dance. And the system has to adjust when you change your move in the dance. So you can always do this work, either trying to be an example to your partner, trying to do it with your partner, if they agree. And then on the other hand, I guess, I don't know, like it's good to try to figure out what are our values and like, do we have the same values? What is important to us? We don't always say and show those things though when we first meet. So it's a little bit of a game, like it's a little hard to sometimes know. But if you can have conversations about things, even like the basics, do we want to have kids? And do we, what do we want logistically, but also like heart and mind and values and priorities. I don't know. Probably someone else has some good answers for that question.
No, that was a good answer. Okay, so I will let others ask. Roman has a question. Go ahead, Roman.
Да, я хотел спросить, достаточно ли
I want
кому-то
to ask
показать вашу презентацию,
if this is
чтобы он
enough
задумался?
to
Или
show
есть у вас
someone your presentation
лично
that another
конкретный
person
вопрос, который бы
would
могли люди
start thinking
пройти,
about it? Or do you have any special course that people
понять
can
вот эту всю систему
um,
исправления?
that they can participate in to understand all that system of change in the couples?
Thank you so much, Roman, for your question. I have done a course based on this 5 times. And so there's been about 60 couples that have gone through the course as it's evolved. Right now, I don't have one going. I'm happy to do a course. I would love to have a co-facilitator. If there's enough people that want to get together and do a course, I will be there if that's a desire that people have. And I would, like I said, really welcome a co-facilitator for that as well. So that's where that's at. Maybe you were wanting something like that starts next week, Roman, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Green. We're going to come to the end of our day. Roman, did you have something else? You wanted to follow up?
Да, я хотел ответить, потому что у нас тоже разрабатывается
I
такой
want
курс.
to answer because we also work on the course like that. And I would like to propose that you join our team, and we can inter-exchange about this issue. And while we're here, such integral people, let's get together and create something together.
Great.
Thank
As
you.
we come to the end of our first day, we continue tomorrow. Let's take a moment to feel the richness of what's been shared today, from the family to the inner world of the human being, from systems of interaction, art, the structure of the universe, back to human relationships. We've moved together through many dimensions of one single exploration. And perhaps what connects these perspectives is a growing awareness that reality is not fragmented, but deeply interconnected. Each level of our experience, personal, relational, societal, and even cosmic, reflects something of the whole. And the question of how we live, relate, and evolve is something that we're invited to explore, not alone, but together. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of you, to our speakers, for the depth and generosity of your contributions, to our participants for your presence, openness, and engagement, and to everyone who's supported this space behind the scenes. It's this shared intention that transformed this conference into something truly alive. I also want to warmly invite you to revisit today's sessions. The full recording will be available on IHUD's YouTube channel, so you can return to these ideas, reflect further, and continue this exploration in your own time. And we look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow at 1400 Central European Time here on Zoom as we continue this journey together. You can find the full program on our website. We'll put it in the chats, right? But it's www.ihud.world/conferences. And now, to bring this first day to a meaningful close, it's my great honor and pleasure to invite our esteemed director, Professor Ephraim Eliav. He is a Kamiya Research Professor of Quantum Chemistry at Tel Aviv University and the director of the Institute for Humanities Unified Development. His work bridges natural sciences, education, and human development, guided by a deep commitment to advancing a more unified and sustainable world. Today, throughout this conference, his vision has been present as a quiet thread, connecting science, society, and the evolution of human understanding. And now, we will hear his reflections. Professor Eliav, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gianni. You have actually done almost all my work, beautifully finalizing this conference. I will just add a couple of remarks, continuing your line. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay, so what really great Saturday we spent. 6 hours ago, we just stood at the edge of the bridge, and now look, we have already crossed quite a lot of it together. Today we traveled from neutrons to nations. We started with how adolescent brains actually grow, and it was presented by Natalia Ushakova. Then we proceed to the mirror principle in society by Vida Skachkauskaite. Collective consciousness as a bridge to global harmony has been brought by Chaim Vilivi. An integral lens on world history was described by Valeria Khachaturian. Then the family as a hologram of humanity was presented by Larissa Kornilova and Inna Kameneva. Coherence shaping the outer world was given by Alexandra Alexandrova. A cooperative entropic theory of human interaction by Lucian Lucia. Art as a universal connection was presented beautifully by Natalia Mavrina and Lana Kankova. And the unique feature of our solar system, specially designed for us, was given by Gregory Notkin. And finally, beautifully practical model for couple was just presented by Amanda Green. Different fields, but one thread. What struck me tonight is how naturally the talks written with one with another, even when the speakers had never met. It is not a coincidence that what an integral conversation sounds like. Tomorrow we continue our beautiful journey. We will open with sustainable medicine and homeopathy, then mutual responsibilities for peace, reframing as a skill, and wholeness as a condition of personality. After the break, the psychology of unity and the employee engagement through connection, and a deeply human story from Block 66 of Auschwitz will be introduced to us by Limor Regev and our five-voice closing roundtable. For now, please rest, let today settle. Thank you to all our speakers, our wonderful participants, our moderators, our translators, and our tech team. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Спасибо.
Goodbye.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you.